another epic episode of Treachery, a Governor's Secret.
Yeah, 22. That's what? How many?
22.
Because we're going to 30. My brain doesn't do math. My brain does writing.
We
not
have
math.
8 left.
Thank
Eight
you.
left.
8 left after today.
That's wild. Can you
That is
believe that?
Crazy.
No, because I need to get on the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
8.
got so much
And
stuff
those
to
will go by
finish.
so
I
fast.
have so
Yeah.
much stuff to finish.
8 sessions left, and then we'll be done with our first session as a group.
That's awesome.
And thank you all for making it
Yes.
possible.
Yep.
Even though we're entirely self-funded.
Oh yeah, no, we're entirely self-funded. And anybody who we don't get very many viewers like while we're streaming, but we get a lot of viewers afterward. I mean, some of our
Yeah,
videos have
VOD
upward.
is kind of where it's at.
Yeah.
VOD, the YouTube shorts, and the TikToks. You
Yeah.
all are.
Yeah, so absolutely. It is still thanks to everybody else who actually watches. I mean, if we had like
Yes.
10 people that watched our videos, I'd be like, wow, that's 10 people who just watched us for 6 hours do D&D. That's crazy.
But
So-
instead, it's like 50 of you people.
Yeah, it's like upwards of 50 to 80, which is like, why?
Why?
But thank you.
A couple
Yes.
thousand of you just laugh at our 1 minute long segments.
Which, to be fair, are really funny.
They are really funny. They are extremely
And
funny.
Courtney does a phenomenal job with the editing of them.
Yes, she
It's a lot of
does.
fun to do.
We're just
so.
glad the software is back that she uses.
Yes,
so
that was the dark ages.
it was. I felt so
It was
trapped.
2 weeks of panicking.
Yep. We became sad Keanu Reeves on the bench with his sandwich. It was like, how do we go on from here?
Yeah. So, yeah, but now we're back with the editing and all that, and it makes it so much easier for me. So.
Are we getting ready to release the extras? The duets and stuff?
Yes, and that's the thing is because they're podcasts, I have to do more editing than the regular videos, like the regular VODs for this. I go through and chop out like big long stretches of silence because you can't really see what's going on
Makes
and that
sense.
sort of stuff. That way it just makes it a little bit more easier to digest. And
Makes
I
it
cut out all
flow.
the tangents and all of that sort of stuff. Not all of them, but most of them. That way it's a little bit easier to digest and
Yeah, good.
a little bit
Yes.
smoother transition. So therefore, I have to listen to all 3 to 4 hours of it, find which parts to cut, and so it does take a little bit longer. And the Dragon Age ones take even longer because of how how rough it was recording them and
Yeah,
losing
that
episodes.
one
and
had a lot of
that one hurt.
trouble.
Yeah.
That was the first testing out the duet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that one. That's why that one's taken even longer.
But anyways, we're here. It's today. It's Treachery and Governor's Secret.
It is,
And we're gearing up to almost be done. And by golly, there was a lot of crap that happened last time.
There was.
Yep.
So we were going to go to that monologue screen. Courtney is
Monologue
going to get
screen.
on the double for telling you what happened.
I'll try. I'm so bad. Honestly, it just needs to be a regular camera screen because you all help me with remembering the recap as much as I.
Yeah, but you
do
worked
the
hard
recap.
on this. We're going to show it off.
I did. I worked hard on the whole thing, really.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty proud of that as well. Again, self-funded. We do literally everything in-house by ourselves.
Yes.
We have not commissioned anybody to do literally anything. It is
Nope.
all
Ooh, there's
us.
somebody in here that I've never heard of before.
Hi.
Hooray for
Welcome.
D&D. I don't know who that is.
Well,
Hooray.
welcome.
Welcome.
Oh wow, yeah, we got like 6 people watching.
We're high rolling. So last time what happened was we stayed a little bit with Governor Aurelius, and was it? I believe it was the last time that you had that vision of that
Yes, it
elven
was.
woman again, and she kind of showed you. Which I need to. That's another thing. You have to remind me if you can remember, because I was supposed to show you some places that she may have shown you of
right.
the ruins
I
and
know
churches
the closest
and stuff.
place.
Right. Because that's the sort of stuff that I forget. I need to really write it down, but I'll do that later. Anyway, she had shown you a couple of places, but more specifically, the place closest to you that had ruins for the church that you would like to rebuild. And she also, I believe, told you about a couple of gods that were also dead.
Yep. I have a
And
list.
after staying with Aurelius for a little bit, you all were given a cart to go eastward, which is where he suggested you go, just to see, snoop out a couple of things about the flowers, and, you know, you guys are just trying to get a better whereabouts of what's going on with these flowers. So you all went off into the east, and there was nothing really notable that happened on your way, but once you got there, you ran into a town, really like a makeshift leprosy village, honestly. And once you got there, you were greeted by a man who kind of tried to explain things to you about, well, do you really want to go? It's not that pretty, you know, and you were like, yes, that's why we're here. So you all went into the little town and saw basically people who were left to fend for themselves when it came to this disease, illness, whatever it may be. And I believe you asked to see like the sickest people, because the ones that were out on the street were the ones they could contain, and then there were ones they couldn't. And he brought you to the...
He wasn't very happy about showing me this.
No, he was not. But I mean, would you be if you kept humans in a cage?
No.
Yeah, he was. But he was ashamed. But I mean, when you have no help, really, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
But he brought you to a large cage, filled with humans, maybe. It's a mixture of races. I'm not very many, mostly humans, though. Maybe some elves, but it was men, women, and also children that were just fully taken by this illness. I mean, to the highest extent, they were practically animalistic. Like eating one another, pulling pieces off of themselves, pulling hair out, you know, fighting, gnawing. It was really rough stuff. And you, Tyrall, being the impulsive man that you are, decided to grab one and take it to the nearest church that they worshipped at, which was a church of Tyr. And you put him on the platform, on the altar, and called to Tyr and said, "Hey, buddy, come down here. I want to have a talk with you." After, I think it was like a call or two.
And then threatening to destroy his statue.
Yeah, because he was like, who are you for me to come down here when you call? And you made sure to tell him who you were, which is just like Tyrall.
Yep.
So after that, he came down, and you were like, so you going to do anything about this? And basically he chopped the guy's head off and said, don't bother me again.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And...
I resurrected him.
Yeah, you
nothing
tried to.
happened.
Yeah, you tried to
Body
resurrect
got put
him.
back together.
Yeah, I was trying to remember exactly in what sequence that happened, but yeah, you tried to resurrect him to see if that would heal anything, and basically just his body came back. There was no soul in it. And
No
Dredd was
soul.
like, And Tyrall freaked out about it, ran to the cages, and asked Dredd, do you see their souls? Or do you see, what about them? And he's like, nope. All of these people that are sick are devoid of souls. Not a single soul to save.
Don't forget, Dredd stared at a guy until he got completely taken over
Yeah.
to try to see
And
what
then
was going
disappeared.
on.
He said he couldn't see a soul anymore. And... not on top of that, Dredd pulled back his hood, and that was the first time you'd ever seen his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And said, "This is scary. this is a little much."
Yeah.
And said, "There are no souls in these people." And Tyrall said, "What?" And that's where we are.
Mm-hmm.
We are still at the village.
Still at the village.
So we are at the village right now. I will say at this point, Dredd has probably gone back up to try to figure out, because I believe you said, well, we gotta, can you at least try to figure this out? Because he said he couldn't figure it out right now, and he'd have to talk to, somebody, or if he could talk to the maker about it and see what he knows. So I would say by now he's probably back up in the heavens. And I believe that's when you and Aymer had come back to Tyrall.
Yes, because we were left in the church.
Yeah, and
then
Tyrall seemed very panicky in like
and
the scary way.
It was just like, what are we doing? Where
Yeah.
are you going?
What is happening?
Yep.
So Tyrall, what are you doing with this knowledge? I need to.
Whenever you all come back, Tyrall's not having a good time with this.
I would imagine.
At all. And he is currently sacred flaming the soulless people.
Oh boy.
Tyrall.
Tyrell, stop! Stop! What are you doing?
They are not people anymore, Brok.
And yeah, like Brok has come onto you. There's like pushing on you, like. But we could help them if we can find the cure, the
Brok.
antidote.
Brok. Their souls are gone. It has been confirmed by Dread that when they are taken to this point, their souls disappear.
But that doesn't really mean that, like, you know, they're completely, like, gone, right? Like,
If their
unrecoverable.
souls still existed, the man on the altar would be here talking to us. When they disappear from the angels of death's sight, it means they're gone. And now we just have a cage of infected people that can make the outbreak worse.
I understand that, but I mean, this isn't the right way to do it, I don't think. I mean, they're already struggling, and to do this in front of them is going to be, you know, jarring to see.
They've already left them for dead in a cage to rip themselves apart. At least this way they're cleansed and they don't have to watch them tear themselves apart and eat each other.
Well, what are you going to do to stop the rest of them? You're going to stay here and, you know, flame the rest of them?
No. We will teach the townspeople to do it.
You want people, civilians, sacred flaming.
Doesn't have to be a sacred flame. They can just use regular fire.
Do you understand what... We don't know how quickly this is spreading, Tyrall. This could be like overnight. The whole village is burned because we don't know how quick. We don't even know how many people there were in here to begin with. There could have been 15 more, right? And so, like, what happened to them? Maybe they buried them. Maybe they died and they buried them. So we don't know how fast this is progressing. And so if we just give these people the right to just start burning each other because they're sick, at what time do they do it? At what level? When are they sick enough to start burning them?
When they would put them in there, they're gone.
And what happens when there's only one person left? We're going to wipe out all of Indigo North at this point if we keep doing that. And we can't...
need to find something quick, but leaving 30 of those walking corpses around in there is just going to take this village down faster.
I guess. I don't really have the answer. I just don't think that's it.
They're already gone, Aymer. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing you can do.
I understand
A cure doesn't bring souls back.
I understand that. It's just, what do we do in the meantime?
In the meantime, we need to follow whatever trail we have here. Whether that's going north, south, east, or west. I personally would like to go south, but that may not be the right cause. We need to figure out from here, where do we go? Do we go to that little farm over there, to where they're saying it all originated? closer to the waters? Or do we leave and try the next town? This is the only place that we had to come to. And now we're here.
Yeah, I know.
And Brok will let go and kind of put his hands over his ears, and he'll dart off
Little
back.
ear holes.
Yeah, he'll dart off back towards the church.
Fuck. Well, you've upset the child.
We don't have time to prance around feelings. People's souls are being taken.
I know.
This is bigger than prancing around somebody's feelings. We have to do something now. We have to do it quickly.
Yeah, right.
Because if this is attached to what I think it is, then every one of them that loses a soul just makes him better.
And just to, make sure we're on the same page. What do you think it's connected to?
The usurper?
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, And he just, he stands back a little bit, on his hip, his hand on the back of his hip, and he, opens his pocket watch and looks at it. Yeah, I definitely thought that by this time in my life I'd be fighting a usurper of gods. Yeah, and he just, clicks it and puts it back in his pocket. All right. You keep doing that, and I'll go get Brok. I'll try to talk to him. Just do what you're doing, I guess. All right. And he just tries to reconcile it in his mind, but also,
Yikes.
yeah, those are humanish creatures
No, they're not.
that are being burned to death. But so as you do that, Aymer will follow after you, Brok. But Tyrall, while you're doing that, and Aymer kind of departs, the man from before who nearly passed out after seeing the god they worshipped just appear, cut a dude's head off, and then leave. He finally comes, he passes Aymer to get to you, and he sees what you're doing. He's like, "What are you doing to my people? You can't just do that.
And Tyrell will stop.
Those are family members. Those are friends. What are you doing?"
And as Tyrell turns to him, the full regalia comes on. The helmet, the plumes, everything. The wings come out. He starts glowing. It'll slam the hammer on the ground. They ceased to be anything you remember when they got bad enough to put in that cage.
But
Do you remember how I said that I was a priest and a saint of the Maker,
Yeah, I remember.
who is above the gods that you worship? I brought down one of his archangels, his angel of death, to figure out why the man I tried to resurrect didn't come back. When these people that are your friends and your family, get to the point where you throw them in this cage, their souls have been taken, and the angel of death doesn't know where they went. Whatever is left of your family is gone. What you have here is disease-spreading corpses that walk. The longer they are here, the sicker your people will become.
He looks very disturbed, but not surprised. It's kind of like you can see on his face that he pretty much probably already knew that, but he couldn't let it go.
I understand why you and your townsfolk would not be able to do this, because their faces are still there. They still walk. They still make noises. But I promise you, they're already gone. They've already been dead for days. And what you see is unnatural and not of this plane.
So, is this what we have to look forward to for the rest of our people?
Unless me and my companions can find something quick, I can't rule it out for the ones that are already sick.
Right.
Our only leads led us here.
Or the ones that are going to get more sick. Or haven't gotten sick. We still have children here. What are we supposed to do with them? And their parents? What if their parents are in there? What if their parents are going to be in there?
If they're not sick, then send them to the capital.
All right.
And if they are only slightly sick, also send them to the capital. The ones that are almost ready for here, I don't know if we'll be fast enough for them.
And what if the capital won't accept us? What are we supposed to do then?
Your governor is a good man. He would not turn people away. He's the one that sent us out here because he believes this is where the outbreak of this country started.
Right. I'll make sure I'll get my people together.
Now, if there's any other information you have that you think could remotely be beneficial to us in trying to stop this, or find something about an origin, please tell any of us. The more we know, the faster we can try to do something, and the less of this has to happen. Because this does not bring me joy.
I believe you. I don't envy your status at all, so I'll try to see if I can remember anything.
And ask those around that are still sane enough if they can be of help too. Because we're running out of time. It is worse in other parts of this realm. Way worse.
All right. Thank you. And he just kind of like awkwardly, as he doesn't know how to handle this situation, like wipes his hands on his pants and turns around and tries to figure out where to start and walks away. Brok.
Brok.
Where are you going? You said you're going to the church?
Yep, because Aymer's a pretty quick guy. I'm sure he catches up.
He hasn't caught up to you just yet, though.
But Brok doesn't go inside the church.
Mm-hmm.
He goes kind of on the other side of the wall of it. And as Aymer rounds the corner,
Mm-hmm.
he would see Brok with his hands against the wall, head resting in these...
And you do feel an odd mixture of... It feels like adrenaline. I mean, because of course this is a very stressful situation, and what you saw was pretty rough. But it's a little bit more nauseous than that. You feel a combination of bloodlust that you're used to. It's heightened more than usual. And then there's also this underlying nausea that feels like it's churning in your stomach. And as you're like, it feels like you're kind of spinning, but you're not. And as you're leaning against the church wall, you get this overwhelming like wave of that nausea, and you just hurl right on the wall, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about the time that Aymer comes around and you're mid. Yeah. Oh, poor guy. Aymer runs over to you. Brok, are you all right?
Yes,
I know, but
but no. The sound, the sight, and worst of all, the smell. I can't get away from the smell.
yeah, I know that it's rough for you, buddy. I mean, I have a heightened sense of smell, but you have an intimate sense of smell. I can't imagine what they smell like in your perspective.
I understand why Tyrall is doing what he's doing, but to see it, to feel it,
It's harsh. But he's right. We only have so many options, at the end of the day. So maybe he's right in what he's doing.
and if what he said is right, that they don't have the soul anymore,
There really is no way to bring them back, And it's just mercy doing what he's doing, saving, people who are alive. As best we can, anyway.
I really hope this antidote is real.
Yeah, buddy, me too. Because if it's not, I'm not really sure what we're going to do.
And if these people are like this, what is Orlaith? We rode by it months ago.
Yeah. And we don't know how long it's been like that. So, they could have been like this for nearly the whole time we've been doing this. Or longer, really. We don't know how long these people have been like this. So...
It's so much worse than what we could have imagined.
Yeah. And it's daunting to know that we're the only ones who can really take care of it. But
What is the plan?
well, Tyrall's going to have to keep doing what he's doing. I understand that it's going to be difficult for us both to kind of, be alright with it and make amends, but we're at the point where the drastic measures are the ones we have to take. So, if Tyrall says that this is what he has to do, then he has to do it. But I think for now, the plan is to go east and see what, they were talking about with this farm.
Yes, by the water.
Right. And then from there, it's just every step of the way, we have to figure out what we're doing. Because whatever we find there might determine what we do next. It's kind of hard to plan ahead of time when it might change within the next moment. So, if you can get yourself together enough to come back with me, then we'll get together with Tyrall and see what's going on.
I can't. I have to wait here.
Right.
But I'll be all right. I'll be fine. I just need to breathe.
All right. Then I'll bring Tyrall to you, all right? You just stay right there. And he, pats her back. Makes sure you're okay. And make a perception check with disadvantage. Excuse me.
Ooh.
So sorry.
Oh. Can't get more disadvantage than that.
No, you can't.
Well, I mean, I could.
Was it a 1?
No, it was a 2.
Oh, well, that's even, that's pretty
And
close.
perception, you say. So that's going to be an 8.
That's really honestly not that bad. if you rolled a 2.
And yeah, see, I was going to use the dice that I used for high table because I was rolling an insane amount of crits that during that session.
Couldn't be me when we play the Star Wars duet. Patrick, I don't know if you watch when I play the Star Wars duet.
You're me?
I know what it's like to play D&D as you all, and I hate it. It's I don't know how you all play it.
It was bad.
It's been bad.
It was really bad.
It's just the Star Wars duet. I do not roll well with the Star Wars duet. I just don't.
We play really good role play. And hope we don't have to roll for much.
You make sure you make me happy enough that if you roll a 1, I'm like, that's okay, buddy.
Exactly.
No, that's a crit in the other way. You know, you're number 1. Good job. Okay, well then you wouldn't really notice it. You just kind of notice that Aymer stares at, your vomit, and turns around and leaves you alone. But it's not too soon? Yeah, not too soon after Aymer leaves that you feel that wave of nausea again. But it feels like each time your stomach rumbles and you have that awful feeling, it gets worse. Almost, I don't want to say necessarily more violent, but just more painful.
And then with the increased level of the bloodlust, as after Aymer leaves, he'll sit down and kind of put his back against the church wall, and he'll kind of just say to himself, "Why do I feel this way? I ate not too long ago. I should be fine."
And pretty soon after you sit down, it feels like it's being forced out of you almost, like if somebody was punching you in the stomach.
Ooh.
And then just another, without notice, it just comes out. And this is like when you see it, because before you were so focused on keeping your eyes closed that when you vomit this time, you can see that it looks not good. It's a lot, and it's not a right color. It's not like it's red or whatever you had eaten recently or any kind of food you'd had recently.
Yeah.
There is in that, yes, but it's not the color of what vomit should usually be. It's like dead looking. Like I want to say, because like usually when you vomit, it's a specific, I know this is very graphic, but that's why we have the content warning.
Yeah, Brok has vomited plenty of times during this campaign.
It's usually a very specific color that you're used to. This is like, there's blood in it, but the blood is old. It looks like it's been coagulated. Like, it just looks not healthy. But.
And he definitely grabs his stomach.
Yeah. But, what are you doing right now, Tyrall? You still
Finishing up.
you still purging, cleansing?
I have 1 or 2 people left.
Are you going to do anything specific with the bodies? That, I mean, they're ashes, I would assume at this point.
It's just ashes.
I would think that the cage is made out of
Steel.
yeah, I was gonna say wood and stuff, but I just don't think with how feral these people were that they would probably have to do like some kind of steel, some like iron, like wrought iron or whatever. Yeah. So it would withstand the sacred flame. And then, are you doing anything with like anything else? Do anything with the ground? What would you? The whole process of what you're doing. What are you doing?
The whole process would be, once everything is ash, we would go in. We'd have us a nice little prayer session.
You say us?
Oh, me and Adonis.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah. Remember,
You and literally the mouse in your pocket.
my Komodo dragon. In the pocket.
Yeah.
Yes. We'd have us a prayer session to the Maker, asking for forgiveness of what we just did was wrong, and grant some type of comfort to the people that are around here, and to keep them in good spirits. Help us to figure out what is going on and what we need to do to figure it out in some sort of direction, and then we'd hallow the ground.
That's why I figured you were doing that sort of stuff. I figured you wouldn't just sacred flame things and then walk away. I figured you'd do something about hallowing the place.
Yeah, no. Tyrall Backen would have sacred flamed the ground and walked away.
Yeah. he would have left char and ash and then been like, well, it's a job for another day. And
Take me later.
Yeah. Put it on my tab. Just walk away. You're welcome.
Thank you for a meme idea. I'll send it to Courtney later.
Yeah,
I
listen.
got a good one.
I may be good at all the art stuff, and Patrick may be good with the minis. Jonas is the meme lord. The one you sent me about Sundry had me rolling. I was at work. Oh my gosh, that was so fun. That was exactly his face, too. Oh my god, it was good. But,
Thank you.
Aymer comes back to you after a while and kind of like crinkles his nose because even ash, it still just smells like,
Burnt flesh.
people. Yeah. Well, and he closes his nose. Brok is not feeling very well. He, threw up. But I think he's struggling. But I think he's ready to go whenever you are. He asked what the next course of action was, and I told him that we're going east.
Well, I don't see any reason to not go east. So,
I think from the very beginning, the Viscount said something about going east, so...
there's plenty of east still to go. So,
Yeah.
I've finished what I can do here. And there's not much else I can do unless these people want to have a religious conversion and they've had enough.
I think one step at a time there, buddy.
Which is why it's probably best that I leave. They need time.
Yeah. I pissed the leader guy on my way to go see Brok, and he seemed to be pretty upset with what you were doing. What happened?
He knew deep down what needed to be done. But it's different when it's your family and friends.
Yeah. I was gonna say I can't imagine, but I can imagine. So, well, whenever you're ready to leave, I can take you to Brok. Brok doesn't really think he can make it over here without getting sick again.
Yeah, let's go get Brok and head out.
Right. And while you guys are walking over, Aymer looks like he wants to say something. He's like, making kind of hand motions like he wants to say something.
Aymer, spit it out. We don't have the time to keep things to ourselves.
Brok, when he threw up, it didn't look bad. And maybe he's just really not feeling well with the whole smell of whatever. But it didn't look good.
In what way?
I don't know. It was just like... didn't look like normal vomit. I don't really know how to explain it, really. I guess if it's still there when we go over, didn't seep into the ground, you can look at it, I guess.
Oh, let's hope it's not filled with pink bile.
Yeah.
Take me to him. We'll see what's going on.
But, yeah. And as we're walking back over to Brok, we can see that everybody's kind of gathering supplies and stuff. It looks like some of them are separating, already leaving. It looks like the leader kind of made quick work of explaining what's going on. Oh, to be fair, there's not that many people left.
No.
So there are some maybe like kids crying or mothers crying, that sort of thing. But we get over to Brok, and Brok, what are you doing?
Brok is not against the wall of
Oh.
the church.
That's cool, Brok.
As you round there, I imagine there's probably a good field
Oh yeah.
by next to the church.
Yeah,
and
this place is pretty much away from the rest of society, and so
Yeah.
it's surrounded by pretty much just field.
And you can see he's out in this field. He's got one arm kind of wrapped around his gut. He's hunched over, not in his old style hunching. This
It's
is
less in the shoulders and more in the waist.
Yes.
Like
And
a pain.
Yeah.
yeah, he's got that, and he's got a psychic dagger out, and he's looking around on the floor.
Yeah. Brok, what are you doing, buddy?
I need to see him.
What are you talking? See who? What are you doing? And Aymer
He-
trots up to you.
And
As we trot over, he's trying to speak to the one that bit him.
Do you really think that's a good idea right now? I mean, we got a lot on our plate, so.
and as you get close, Brok will turn and snarl at you both,
oh.
and his eyes will be a bit the brighter red.
Oh.
Tyrall doesn't stop. He just keeps on walking straight at him.
Yeah.
Stop criticizing and help me find a flower.
Brok, I wasn't criticizing. I'm just worried about you, that's all.
Brok,
Tyrall have made a perception check for me. I retconned this a little bit. Forgot about you making a perception check for me.
oh yeah, for the
For the
oh,
vomit.
that's an at 20.
Hey, well, yeah. He literally said, "Hyung."
Let me
It
just
was
pick through this real quick.
It was like lighting up, you know, like when you're playing like Resident Evil and it has like the sparkles on it or something, and so you found it. Yeah. Before we trot over to Brok, you do see Aymer doesn't see it because he's too worried about Brok, but the most recent vomit pile, and you can see how it looks. How
Just rot. That it
basically,
is.
yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get at. It's very rot looking, like not very good.
Yep.
But anyway,
The Tyrall will come right up to you, with your snarling face and red eyes and everything. Brok,
I don't think this is a good idea. Please,
you need to eat before you find a flower.
Brok, I don't.
Yes, but no,
And it,
it's
yeah,
not right.
yeah, it's like cramping pains
It's
now.
not right.
And then Tyrall, as you're talking to him, and Aymer from a little bit further back, because when he said stay back, Aymer stood back, but you are kind of hunching more in on yourself, and then you turn your head and to make sure you don't get it on him, but you again, I mean, it feels like you've been punched in the gut, but it's like, it feels more stabbing this time than even punching. And Tyrall, what comes out is nasty. It's nasty. And this time it's a little bit more thick. It almost looks like you're throwing up
Like
organs. Like you're not, but
Yeah.
it's so thick and it's it's
Yes.
and it's rot.
Yeah, the dagger would dissipate, and he would definitely now both arms completely hunched. Probably goes down to both knees.
It's bad.
Tyrall is going to hover about 10 to 15 feet off the ground and
Oh.
look for a flower.
Dang. Make a investigation check for me. And Aymer will
That's 16.
I mean, you can see hundreds of flowers in this area. I mean, this place is kind of riddled with them. And as you're searching, it is not a lot of ways off. It's probably like maybe a yard or two away. So it's a decent, the closest one. But as you're up there searching, Aymer, I would think he would run up to you. I think he wants to give you space, but I think he would run up to you because I mean you're not in a good state, and you bit him before, and so you know it was fine. But he like gets down on his knees. He's like, oh my goodness, Brok, are you all right? What does it feel like? Are you? I mean, you're sick to your stomach. What are you feeling? Are you? What's wrong? Are you just that anxious?
Angry.
Oh,
And I want to eat, but I know I don't need to.
oh,
I just did.
well, what did you eat, Brok? When did you eat, and what did you eat?
I used the rest of what I had saved,
Anything else? I mean, you've been eating that for a while, and it's not made you sick.
and Tyrall helped.
What do you mean Tyrell helped?
And he doesn't respond. He hunches over and falls on his
Oh,
side.
oh,
goes
oh, my
fetal.
baby. Brok, what do you mean Tyrell helped you?
Like before.
Like before.
That's when Tyrall touches down.
Tyrell, what does he mean when he says you helped him? What does that mean?
When we couldn't find anything for him to hunt, I would bleed myself so that way he could eat.
And the look of like, oh my god, on his face. You're telling me he drank your blood, knowing what he is?
Yes.
Tyrell. And he like gets up off of the ground, and his tail is like poofing out and his ears are back. Tell me, in very clear words, you did not feed Brok your blood. Tell me that right now.
Brok has drank my blood when his supplies went empty and we had nowhere for him to hunt.
Why didn't you tell me? He's dying! Right now!
Well, it worked before.
You're different, Tyrell! And yeah, the whole time Brok is just over there like pained sounds. I mean, you pain.
Sounds Jonas cannot make.
Yeah, yeah. It's like hissing. I mean, it's literally like the sound of an animal dying. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just pitiful.
There is a flower 20 yards that way.
Flowers?
Let's get him there.
No. Flowers are
Aymer,
not going to do anything
Aymer,
for us.
When he stabs the flowers, he can commune with the being that made him.
And you think that's going to help? You're the reason why he's doing this.
And if we let him talk to the being that made him, as I have talked to that being, he can plead for himself and probably be healed from whatever has happened.
Do you not think that he can't just see what he's going through? If they're telepathically linked, do you not think that he knows?
Or is he the one trying to get it out of his system?
Well, are you going to speak to him? Brok can't even move! Look at him!
We need to get Brok to the flower. The only way I can speak to him is if Brok stabs me and he wants to speak to me. So let's get him to a flower and then try to find a deer or a squirrel or something.
Tyrell, if this doesn't work, and Brok dies, a usurper is not going to be the only thing that you have to worry about. Do you understand me?
Aymer, we have way too many things to worry about than for us to start fighting amongst each other.
Brok is the only thing I have left. And he'll just turn around, and he can't pick Brok up. I mean, but he will start sprinting at that flower because he knows he can't pick him up, so you're gonna have to.
Yep, Tyrall
And
will pick him up.
he is fast. You've not seen him actually full speed sprint, like seen him do it. He's quick. I mean, faster than Brok ever has been. He's also very aerodynamic because he's 4 foot nothing. But I mean, he's
Yes.
quick, and you can tell the reason why nobody's been able to catch him ever, even though he's been running from half of the continent,
Because he can run.
is because he can run.
Tyrall will pick up Brok, spread the wings back out, and
He's like anime, like Naruto Gojo running.
Yes.
Like he's going.
Tyrall's flying right behind him with Brok in his arms. So Tyrall can fly faster than he can run.
It's true. But Brok or Aymer is still very fast. But you get to the flower, and what is it exactly that you all have planned to try to do? Please tell me.
I don't know. He just told me he wanted to go to a flower.
So you
I know he
all-
stabbed it before and talked to the thing. I'm taking him to the flower.
So you all get to the flower, and Aymer starts, like, he's digging at it just to get to the root so
Brok
that you all
goes
can
and
do whatever
the
you're looking to
psychic
do.
dagger appears and then dissipates.
Come on,
You
Brok.
see him try to focus, and it appears. And just before he goes to stab down, it dissipates.
And Aymer's like, and he puts his hands on you, and he gives you enough strength. He does, aid, and gives you just enough strength to form it.
And right as you give him aid, Tyrall put his hands on him and give him and use channel divinity just to help him with some of that divine. Because I can give kind of like a guided strike since he's trying to stab something.
Yeah.
Use
okay.
my last channel divinity for that.
Cool.
Nice.
Which if
So-
you roll, you get a plus 10.
Brok, you
Nice.
stab it enough into the root, and everything goes black, as usual.
Mm-hmm.
And when you come to, the pain is still, it's not nearly as bad. You can stand up at least and form sentences. But yeah, you're still in pain. And it's not as strong as it usually is. That presence that you feel, but it is still there. Feels like it kind of ebbs and flows, kind of like a tide or something. And instead of seeing him, you hear him, and he's like, "You are not well, my son."
No. I don't know what it is. I know that Tyrall spoke with you.
Yes, the foolish priest. He did. He is the cause of this, you know? I'm sure you know.
It's... his blood.
Yes, Brok. His blood.
Is it going to pass? What can I do?
It will pass once you are dead. Your body is rejecting it because he is a... And it sounds like when he says it, he's like disgusted. Holy, divine creature. He should have known better, Brok. Unless he did so on purpose. He is taking you from me.
Yes. What he said about your all's talk was very concerning. But I don't want to die.
I do not wish to see you go, Brok. I saved you once. You are my son. I do not wish to see you go. But I can only do so much.
So there's nothing you can do.
There is nothing I can do for you, Brok.
Brok
Yeah.
just starts crying.
Yep. And as you start flowing away, you start kind of... It's like your consciousness flows in and out. You hear as it disappears, like a distant... I hope to see you, Brok, once the time has returned for me to come.
Ooh.
He said, Jonas is like, oh. And then you come back to, like I said, your consciousness is kind of flowing in and out.
And in this state, everything would seem so hazy.
Yeah, very like you're in water. Yeah, very delusional almost, like maybe you're having a bad dream or something like that. And I would think that you're probably very like, you know, woozy, your head's, even though you're laying down on your side, your Aymer's probably trying to keep you like on your back or on your side, that way in case you do vomit again, you don't choke on it. But you can't maintain eye contact, and so he's trying to keep you awake, like, Brok, come on, it's all right, we're going to get through this, come on. Did you talk to him? Were you able to get to him? And Aymer just has huge tears in his eyes.
And yeah, Brok tries this reply, but everything's so swirling, he can't focus enough to even say anything at first. I'm sorry.
Oh God, I'm gonna cry. Oh goodness. No, we're sorry about what, Brok? Sorry about what? You have nothing to be sorry about. No sorries. No, we're not doing this.
He tries to say something again, and everything from it is just so much. And he takes in a couple deep breaths.
Tyrall, do something.
I will try, but if he's rejected in the help that I've tried to give him before, I don't know if my magic would help or quicken it.
And because he's holding Brok, basically.
Aymer, you have to understand, if I try to heal him, and it makes it worse.
Then you bring the Maker down here and fix him! Fix
the Maker
him!
Doesn't... How far can you teleport us?
I don't know, like a few hundred yards, I think, maybe.
How many times?
Until I pass out, really.
Then take us south.
Right. Let's see how far you can go, buddy. Let's see where Dimension Door is at.
I don't think Dimension Door goes very far.
I think it's 500 feet?
Yeah.
Something like that?
That's why I'm looking, because I might as well just pull it up on here. Yeah, 500 feet. Yeah, but that's 4th level. I wonder if you cast it higher. Yeah, it doesn't say that if you cast it at a higher level that it goes any further. Yeah, it just looks like it goes 500 feet. You would think that with all the other kinds of spells that if you cast it at a higher level, you'd be able to go farther.
That's typically what I would do.
That's how most spells usually work, is that once you cast it at a higher level, you can do more damage or something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, heck, 5e, because it just doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. Because he can cast 8th level spells.
Nice.
But he can only cast that once. So I would say, if it's 500 for 4th level, what would you think 8th level would be?
Maybe 100 per level above.
So 4, 5, 6, 7. So like, if it's 500, it'd be what, 1,300 feet? If you do 4 more? No, wait. I'm really bad at math.
Yeah,
you do
it'd
it.
Be 900.
900, thank
Yeah,
you.
900 feet.
So about 1,000 feet then. And he can only cast that once, so he can get 1,000 feet, which is far.
Well, then he can go down the spell slots.
Right, until he literally has no magic left.
Yeah.
And that's what he'll do. So it would basically be, because he has 1 8th level, 1 7th level, 1 6th level, 2 5th levels, and then, 3 4th, and, so I would say, because you guys are... I still don't know. I mean, honestly, how long... Yeah, I forgot I have shaky hands. How long... And I've had coffee, so I'm sure that they're even worse right now.
We're here.
Yeah, ish, yeah.
We need to be here.
Yeah.
That's like 4 days, 3 days.
About that, yeah. So Tyrall, I guess you better be praying, because I think that would move you all. I mean, if we
Adonis
added...
has already started. Because, my mind melded with Adonis.
Yeah, that's true. I would think that would be, if you did all of those, it would be how much, I mean, upwards of...
Couple
miles that he's moved you, but that's not very far. I mean, in relativity, it's pretty far. And Aymer, by the time he's finished, I mean, is like woozy himself, because I mean he is he is pumping out those spells.
And every time we go through, Tyrall and Adonis are like, Maker, we need a miracle.
Yeah, so I would say by his second, third level spell. So he's boom, boom, boom. He's been doing this in rapid succession. He's getting woozy and trying to focus, and it keeps sparking to try to, do it. And Tyrall, you hear Adonis say, "The Maker has allowed us to be transported."
Tell him thanks on my behalf.
Brok, how are you doing? What are you doing?
Aymer, stop.
I imagine I'm just holding him.
Yeah, you would be holding Brok. And he's like, "No, I'm all right. I've done way more than this before. I'm all right. I just need a minute. Hold on." And
Reachy, boop, boop, boop. There's Tyrall's face.
yeah, it's probably plunk. And you can tell he's getting... I mean, his scales, they can get pale. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's looking...
Tyrall.
Just a little longer, buddy. Just a little longer.
No. Please.
Aymer?
Take care of Aymer for
One more.
me.
Aymer, one more now.
All right. He just pops it up, and it is wobbly. The door is ooh.
And Tyrall darts through it.
And Aymer and falls through the door, and it
Ooh.
and he's just face on the ground. He's like, I'm all right, just a moment. And when you come through the door, Amriel is actually waiting for you on the other side. And he's like, "I hear that you need transportation."
Yes, we do.
Right? To help your dying friend.
Yes.
You're lucky you care for him. And he just just a real easy hand, motion of the hand, and this golden light appears, and it's basically an archway, and it goes straight into what looks like ruins. And he's like, "Go through."
Yep, and poof.
And
Straight through.
Yeah, you go through, and he just looks at Aymer on the ground. "Are you going, Fox?" And he's like, "Yeah, right." And he just pulls himself, and he just watches him. Yeah, and Aymer literally has to crawl through because he's...
Yeah, Tyrall's forgotten about Aymer.
You know what? That's fine. I don't think Aymer would be upset. I think Aymer would be more mad if you stopped to grab him. He will be fine. He's done this before.
Yep.
And when you go through and Aymer finally crawls his way through, Aymer's able to at least pull himself up enough to stand up, and he... Thank you. I could see with your twitching eyes that something was weird. But you are brought to these ruins that you were shown in your dream. It's some of the building is still kind of standing, but you can't tell it's a building anymore. It's literally in ruins. It's covered by vines and by trees. And there's like sunlight peeking through all of the high trees, through the leaves and everything. And Amriel steps through after Aymer crawls his way through, and the archway just kind of closes. So, what are you wanting to do then?
To put him on what's left of the altar and pray.
And you can see that as you go through, there are skeletons and like old weaponry that's covered up by moss and vines, and maybe there's like the quarter piece of a pew that once stood. It's like a very light washed stone. Same with some of the blocks that are still standing from the church from so long ago. But the altar, while there's like some pieces maybe broken off, is still pretty well put together. It still looks like an altar. And so Amriel just walks over to it, and he's in no rush. Like, he's like, whatever. He's pretty casual about the whole thing. But yeah, and it just gets worse each time. I mean, it really, there's like more, and it's thicker, and I mean, it feels like at this point you're pretty much just, your stomach feels like it's coming up each time. Yeah. And he gestures to the altar. Lay him down. Whoop. And Aymer like pulls himself up and walks over and is like having to hold on to some of the stones as he passes. Tyrall, what are you going to do with him?
I'm not going to do anything except for pray.
And Amriel's like, oh, yes, you are.
And what do I need to do, Amriel?
You know what you have to do. And you would know what you have to do. The same thing that they did at the Circle of Odin. It's a little less graphic.
Amriel, can you hold him? I'm not talking about Brok.
He knows.
Yep. And Tyrall will set Adonis down.
Aymer sees, like, he hears you say that, and he thinks you're talking about Brok. And he's like, what do you mean you're going to hold him? And he sees that Amriel's coming over to him, and he's like, wait, Tyrall, what are you doing? And yep. Tyrall, he just holds it by the shoulders.
Yep, sets his pack down, reaches in, and he pulls out the black,
I bet he would hold him by the back
axe.
of the. Bet he would hold him by the back of the neck.
That
Actually,
he bought way long
time ago.
Yep. And then Tyrall's just like everything that he has on disappears, except for he's just got like kind of like a sash hanging below, so like nothing up top. The wings come out, but one wing is the normal bird feathers. Ooh. And the other wing comes out, and it is just like the most unholiest thing you've ever seen. Comes out of the other side, and he picks you up, puts your arms out, and kind of just like hangs you on the vines, like wraps them around.
And Aymer is barrel right now. Yep. But he can't really do much. And he starts screeching, like, again, an animalistic sound. Like screeching. It's not even intelligible. He's like screeching, and then you don't see it, but narratively, Amriel just like makes a motion in front of his face, and he's just silenced. Like, he's still screaming, but nothing is coming out.
So the blade, as he brings it up, will go from being black and silver to just a dull shining gold. And he'll bring it up and put it against the back of your spine. He'll, by the Maker's laws, and he'll just start dragging it down. And
you hear, I think Brok, you would hear too, and Brok, you feel all of this, my guy, you feel it.
Oh, yeah.
And, in the back, Tyrall, you hear Amriel praying. Like he's worshiping while you're doing it. Not in the same barbaric, like praiseworthy sort of way that the Circle of Odin does when they're purging things. This is more of like a sorrowful, but still the maker is good sort of praise. Like, yeah.
Yep. When flesh has become corrupted, and no redemption is in sight, the only thing to do is to remove what has been corrupted, and then he'll...
Oh, man.
And to rebuild it as the Maker built us. And he'll reach in.
You see when you open it, his insides are rotting. Like they're falling apart.
Yep.
And it's just, it's rough looking.
And he will reach in and grab all of the rot of the organs and...
Oh my god, that's so
yank it out.
bad, dude. Oh my god, poor Aymer. Aymer is, I mean, he's crying.
Yep.
Like there he is, but you can't hear it because he's been silenced. He's hysterical. I mean, like his body is limp, but and like basically because Amriel's holding him by the back of the neck like a dog. He's just like limp, like hysterical. He's gone.
As he pulls out the rotting organs, he'll set them one by one on the altar that is beneath you. And then he'll go back up in and get more. And he'll just lay all the rotted organs onto the altar.
Stop.
And he'll reach up in, he'll grab the final thing, which is, the vocal cords in the esophagus, and
Oh my god.
and set it down.
What is Tyrall thinking during this? What is he feeling? I need to know.
Oh, he's not. He's in
work mode.
He's in work mode. He's
Wow.
in the groove,
It's
going
all
through
business.
what he was instructed to do.
There's not a single ounce of emotion from that at all. I'm just curious. Like, not that you have to. I mean, if Tyrall wouldn't, Tyrall
Not that
wouldn't.
can be seen.
Well, not that can be seen. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I was just curious.
Nope. Oh, inside it's not good.
Oh yeah, I can
Inside
absolutely.
it's not good, but outside none of it is being.
Yep, I can imagine.
Nope. And then he will slightly float up and go to the back of your head, and he will.
Gosh,
And
that's
then he will go in with his fingers, and his fingers will just kind of like meld into the bone
crazy.
and open it up, and he will remove the last organ, which is your brain.
Yep.
And he will pull it out and set it down onto the altar. And with the rot removed, we ask that the Maker will remake the creation back to its former glory.
And
And
you
then he
just
will-
you hear Amriel in the background, kind of not necessarily repeat it, but he's like, "And allow him to be remade." Just in where one or two agree, let there be.
Yep. And that Tyrall will just kneel down behind the altar with both wings splayed out over top. And he will just wait there and wait there and wait there until some type of change happens to the stuff that's on, your organs, your insides that are on the altar.
Yeah, and Amriel's not mirroring what you're doing necessarily, but it's in unison with what you're doing, like not the same words or anything, but still praying aloud. His wings move in the same sort of movements you're doing, more orderly. And yeah, Aymer is he's a wreck. He's a wreck. I don't even know how to explain that sort of grief. I mean, he's in denial, probably thinking that it's just a dream. And yeah, that is, as far as we know it, the end of Brok as we know him.
Yeah, you are a bone and skin husk
Yeah,
right now.
that's.
In a ruined church with all your stuff on an altar.
I literally wrote this, and I'm still like, oh my god, that's wild. And it's, I would say at the very least an hour. And Aymer is still, you can't hear him, but he's still just crying. And it's probably about an hour and a half or more, closer to 2 hours, that Amriel's like, because he was praying kind of more in his own element. You knew he wasn't talking to you. Aymer knew he wasn't talking to him, and it didn't even matter. I don't think Aymer would really process anybody talking to him at the moment. Probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours in, Amriel opens his eyes and they're glowing like yours do when he's communicating with the Maker, and his sword like roars to life and flame. And he says in like this booming voice, like he's been overtaken. And you kind of start to feel it too as it kind of flows out of him. And he says, "Let him be remade." And it just, his body itself, before any of the organs do anything, starts to glow in like a golden light. And you've seen this kind of happen before. Like, you've never done it, but you've seen it happen before with the Circle of Odin. When you've cleansed people, usually their body just kind of disintegrates. But this is like more reverential of the body itself. And a golden light overtakes his whole form, and then it kind of more turns into an orb of light. And then from the bottom up, it starts to dissipate and kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not materialize, but flake off in golden specks as it starts to show a different form. Brok. Jonas.
Brok.
Have you ever thought what you wanted Brok to be if he wasn't
Ooh.
a Lizarmid?
Oh. Wow.
Not to put you on the spot, but I couldn't also text you and be like, so when Brok dies, like, I couldn't very well text you that.
Total hypothetical.
Yeah,
here.
hypothetically, metaphorically.
Not like you're in a group with a radical priest.
Would he be something else?
He would have to come back as something other than Lizarmid. He would.
Hmm.
And that is up to you what you
Yeah.
think he would be.
I have given that no thought.
We
'cause
can
it
take
was-
an early
Join
break.
me.
It was
Brother.
it was not a thought, because when you're dead, you're dead.
Yeah, and to be fair, I really wasn't going to pull this move because I knew you all were like, when's it gonna happen? I didn't want to pull it, but sometimes when you're expecting it, it's kind of what needs to happen. And this is good, especially with
good.
what I, again, like I said, what I have planned. We can take an early break. This is a very early break. We
Very, very
can
early
take a very early break if you need time to think about it. I honestly can't go any further until you decide what you want to do.
Gotcha.
And I know it
gotcha.
sprung on you, but that's kind of how it had to be
Yes.
to not ruin anything. Or if you've thought about it before and you're like, yeah, I could see Brok being a this.
I know exactly if I was Brok what I'd come back as.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Oh yeah.
What would you choose for him?
Can't go wrong with two foxes in the group.
I would blow up. Me, Courtney. Courtney would blow up. Not that you should do that. It's totally up to you. Courtney would blow up.
Well,
that was not what I was
yeah.
expecting you to say.
That with. Ooh.
But he loves Aymer. It doesn't necessarily means he wants to be Aymer.
Yes.
Because basically what's happening while you're giving time to think, what is happening on your end, Brok? Your soul is brought before the Maker. You can literally see him.
Yes.
He doesn't have an actual full form. It's more felt. And it's like he has a physical form, but you can't see it, right? It's hard to explain. It's like a silhouette of golden light.
Yes.
You can tell it's a man-ish form, and you can make out some kind of maybe features. You know, he's kind of broad. He's on a throne, but you can't. There's not indistinct features because
Yes.
it's just like he is the embodiment of golden light.
Mhm.
And you feel this choice of you can stay gone if you want. You can stay here if you want. Your choice was taken from you when you were changed. You can stay here, or you can go back after being remade. And you are being allowed the choice of, this is the body I have that I can make for you, or you're welcome to stay here. But you will not be able to go back once you make this choice. So.
It would be wonderful to stay here. I could see Mama and Papa. But I need Aymer.
That's true.
And he needs me.
It's true.
And, yeah, Brok would come back as a human. Because from what he experienced growing up, even though Waylon is...
He's a half-orc.
Yeah, he's a half-orc. I would say a lot of the patrons and the people that he would see in the high positions were elves.
And humans, yep.
And humans. But then also, he would see other humans in lesser roles than the higher-ups.
Yeah.
Who didn't have slaves. And it's, for him, it's like, that's who I want to be. Because they're free.
They're definitely, whereas elves are like the high society. They're not necessarily high society, but they are set apart from the rest of society, basically. They are a high race. Humans are very middle road. They are the ones who can have casual lives. They can choose. They have choices. They're not special, but they can be special. They're not looked down upon. They can be looked down upon. They're very middle of the road. And I think, Brok would have noticed that spectrum.
Yeah, it was kind of the regular humans that he would see that they were the happy ones compared to these wealthy, high-status people. And so, yeah.
Okay. And this is not that you hate this, but basically, what do you look like as a human? Ooh. Do you have an idea? I'm asking you questions, I know, but when you come back, you kind of have to, that way we can react to what you look like, because otherwise you might come back as an Asimar who's wearing a toga and nobody know.
And
nobody react to it.
No, he's got these big pecs hanging out, doing a little dance.
You know, like, people are going to react differently to you depending on what you look like, so.
Yes, so he would have dark red hair because he had red scales.
That's true. That's yeah. Is it the kind of same red as, because to me, I think it's unfair that we can't have unnaturally colored hair as our colored natural hair. So is it like an actual red, or is it just like ginger? Like, is it the same red as your scales, like an unnatural red, but it's a dark red, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Red hair, blue eyes.
That's what I was about to say. Yep. Gotta have the spectrum right there. Yep.
A very average Joe. So he's like 5'8".
Average Joe, 5'8". Armenia's being 5'9". Yep, I believe it.
And just moderate build.
Yep, just a normie guy.
Yeah.
But the remnants of who Brok used to be, the dark red hair and the blue eyes. That's beautiful, Jonas. So we are.
And it's long.
Long hair?
It's long hair.
Okay. So as we're watching this transformation, it is like I said, he starts to kind of, the gold starts to flake off and dissipate as this new form is building. And Tyrall, you see as the organs that you had pulled out that were on the altar start to just kind of fade away. Like the golden light overtakes them and they disappear. And you can see in front of you, hanging up from where you put him, is this new form appearing. Stark naked. Yep. No clothes. Just like the day God made him, literally.
Yep.
And you see, like, you think paler skin, darker skin? I mean, that's not the end of the world, but just so I can describe it better.
Maybe, kind of something along the lines of, like, what am I thinking? Like, olive skin, like, not...
Like Mediterranean?
Yeah, Mediterranean, like
Persian or something like that.
He's not American white.
Yeah, but he's not dark complected. He's not super melanin. He just has olived skin.
Yeah, like somebody that it's like, oh, that person must work outside in the sun a lot, or you know.
Yeah. Then you would notice olive skin as the gold flakes away, until you start seeing like this. I would imagine his hair is a little bit wavier. This dark red hair that resembles what used to look like Brok start to appear, and he's facing away from you, right? Mm-hmm. You had faced him away. So, yeah, and then the last golden flakes kind of disappear. And at this point, Amriel just kind of dropped Aymer because he's too weak, and he's basically just on his face crying.
Yeah.
And at that point, when he drops him, you can hear Aymer just like pathetic, whimpering, crying. He's not seeing what's going on.
Tyrall will come up and he will cut the vines and bring Brok down. Aymer.
And he's the whimpering, crying.
Aymer, I would like to present to you something.
Don't talk to me. You took him from me. Don't talk
Aymer,
to me.
He's been remade and he is back.
I don't even know how to react to that. Amriel's just like, stand, Fox. You are being spoken to. And he just like helps. Amriel's so rough with it. Helps. He is an angel of war. Helps him up. Pretty roughly. Mm-hmm. Just kind of shoves him. Yeah, just pulls him up by the shirt and shoves him towards you, Tyrall. And Brok, you would be coming to consciousness as he pulls you down. And it's up to you if you think he will still sound the same. That is totally up to you. He is not a lizard folk anymore, so his vocal cords do work a little differently. Mm-hmm. But that's totally up to you. Whatever, if you want to keep the Brok voice, that is up to you. But Aymer, I mean, his eyes are swollen from how hard he was crying, but he, like, wipes his eyes. He's like, what is this? What?
Aymer, I present to you, by the power of the Maker, Brok Borealis.
That's not Brok. Is it?
This is Brok, and mind, body, and soul. Body a little different, but
and memory.
Inside, this is Brok. Free of the vampirism and remade and whole.
And yeah, you would have, as you're coming back to consciousness, you have never felt so legitimately free. Like, there's no overwhelming smells. There's no lingering darkness that you had that you didn't even really recognize. There used to be like this lingering darkness inside of you, like in your mind. It doesn't feel that way anymore. It's very light. And you see Aymer as you are like, huh? You see, because Tyrall's still kind of holding you upright because your legs are like...
I've never used them before.
Yeah. I'm gonna punch something! Shut up! Wait!
Aymer, is that...
I'm geeking and I'm the DM. What the heck? Anyway.
Tyrall, everything feels so different.
Patrick, I'm geeking. This is amazing.
What? And he reaches behind.
No tail. You're not the only one without a tail anymore. It's just Aymer.
Freak.
Is this what it felt like to be you muscly freak?
Yes, it did.
Sorry, I've never used this before.
I'm freaking out.
And he kind of like, because he's trying to open his eyes.
It would be
But
very,
it's-
very different because it's not the same prey like mentality viewpoint. So like the slits are no longer you have
It's, yeah.
you're taking in a lot of light now.
It's that.
And blue eyes are
It's-
naturally difficult with sunlight, so that would be a stark change.
Aymer, please help Brok.
Yeah, right.
And
Can you... everything feels so... clean. Could you sing to me?
Yeah, I can, yeah, I can. And yeah, he just weeping, happy tears so quickly after what happened. Yeah, just starts singing, but he obviously
and he
it's in.
has the biggest smile.
No more vampire fangs,
nope.
Humy boy
Nothing.
teeth.
Tyrall will walk over to Amariel.
No slave markings.
Oh, God.
Fully free.
Yeah.
He's like Genie.
Yep.
Fully free.
And Tyrall will walk over to Amariel. Amariel, thank you for the assistance.
Do not thank me. It was the Maker.
I know, and may his name be praised.
As always.
Unless there is anything else that you need to pass on. I know you have duties other ways that are more pressing.
And he just nods, but he looks at you before he leaves, and there's a little tiny little smile.
That was the first time that guy's ever smiled at me.
Oh yeah. You did well.
Thank you, Amariel.
And he just nods, says, Maker be praised before he leaves. And leaves us to our devices.
Tyrall will walk back over to the happy little friend group.
Yeah, Aymer is singing, and you can tell now, I think I may have said this before, it is heavenly celestial that he's been singing in this whole time. Like, even way back when.
I can understand it now.
Yeah, you can understand. And it is basically, it has mentions of, like, Baldur in there and stuff like that, but it is basically, like, praise to the Maker. Celestial kind of singing.
And
it sounds so crisp and clear to you, new Brok.
It's always made me at peace.
Tyrall will come over and put a hand on both of your shoulders. He's back in his priest robes now.
Well, yeah, I would imagine
Yeah.
that you're...
Yep. And he'll look down at both of you. Today, what you have witnessed is the true version of what the circle was supposed to reflect. What you saw today is truly what the Maker's people were here to do. To bring those that had fallen and bring them back into the light, remade as new people. I hope this clears up something of what I am back for. And I hope that for now on, when I do things slightly questionable, you remember this.
Yeah.
Make her be praised.
Make her be praised indeed, Brok.
And Brok kind of looks down. Could you bring me some pants?
And yeah, Aymer just starts he's dying laughing. Like, he's so filled with joy.
I'm not used to having it on the outside before.
We need pants.
Don't look at me. I don't have any pants. Mine just appear.
Did you bring my... Where's my bag? I have the clothes I took from the All-Mothers in there.
Right, you thief. And he, like, just swats at you. Right, and his ears are flicking.
There you go.
And he looks back and notices the hole in the back.
Oh, don't worry. I can, give me a moment.
We'll need to find
And he just rip, like, and that's not Aymer to just, like, rip his clothes. So clearly he just rips, like, a big...
Aymer, please. Thank you.
Turn around. And he
All
starts sewing
Thank
up the
you.
hole real fast from, like, a needle and thread that he has in his pack. You're a human.
Hey. Yes. It's always what I wanted to be, what I wanted to aspire to be. They were free and happy, and then I got to be that even before this. Traveling with you all, I got to be free. And now I don't have to worry about Waylon.
No.
And I don't have to feed.
No, we don't have to stop and make sure that you find animals to juice pouch anymore.
No, but you know what we can do? We can celebrate. And Tyrall will flick his hand towards the altar and cast Hero's Feast. And just...
Yeah. I'm sure even a celestial table kind of just appears like out of the front of the altar just to add more room.
We got chalky milks.
Brok was still out chalky
roasted
milk.
Chickens.
That's true.
We've got steaks and garlic and herb butter. We got fries, baked potatoes,
We got
yams,
all
sweet
that
potato.
good
We got
stuff.
everything.
Pork.
You read
Lamb.
my mind.
Dig in.
He looks up. Thank you. But he eats the same,
Yeah.
but it's very different.
It's so messy. I bet it would be very uncoordinated because
Yeah.
you're used to a snout.
And so like he goes and he'll bite down prematurely before that even
Yeah.
reaches sometimes, and he's like, "Oh, this is
We're going to have to teach you how to
Slow.
eat again.
slow."
We're also going to have
There's
to
the-
teach him utensils.
Yes. Right.
Oh,
No sharp
these
teeth.
teeth are horrible. How do you all eat anything with these?
We cut it into smaller pieces.
Some of us have some fangs, not a lot though.
Okay.
Blunt teeth, not for tearing prey apart.
Yes, I know you showed me how to use forks and stuff before, but it wasn't really my speed back then.
Not anymore.
Oh boy. Oh boy. We kind of promised Delilah not any big surprises.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Arminius might not take this very well.
Oh, no.
And Tanya is going to die.
It's
Wow,
all right.
that really-
I'm sure we can do something.
That
with
really
Tanya.
does
But-
change the whole thing, doesn't it? Yep. It's all right.
But yes,
You could have
that's
died, and I would have had to
What-
kill Tyrall.
one thing at a time.
Kill me.
One thing at a time. First, let's eat.
Yeah.
I am quite hungry.
Actually hungry too.
For real food.
For real food.
But you two eat. I'm going to go figure out exactly where we are.
It's a good idea. Brok, let me show you how to use a knife. Like, he just-
Tyrell just
Okay,
yeah.
of course.
But yeah, you see that you're exactly where the elven woman had shown you.
Yeah, but I don't know what's around it.
It was close. Yeah, I mean, trees, land, like barren land, grassland. But I mean, it's literally a forgotten area. A lot of it's covered by dense trees and all that. But I mean, there is no real landmark. That's the kind of the whole point.
It's like no towns nearby.
Not for a while. I mean, that's kind of the whole point. Is it was destroyed, and then they said disperse.
Well, Tyrall will come back down. Be like, I have good news and some bad news.
All right.
All right.
The good news is we're not going to be interrupted.
That's wonderful.
Bad news is that there is nothing around us.
Oh, well, I mean, to be expected, right? Yes.
Question. Where are we? I was quite delirious.
Yeah, you were in the middle of dying.
Yes.
So,
Well,
I was also very delusional because I was doing so many spells. So, even I don't really know. I just was kind of popping up spells. So,
you all, how do I put this? You know how I told you that there was purposes that I had whenever I come back?
Yes.
Finding these is one of those.
Rubble.
A maker's church.
Oh, is that what this is?
Well, what's left. As you can probably see,
Skeletons.
circle of odor and stains
Yeah.
burned into the floor.
Stains of Odin and skeletons.
Yeah.
Strung up, some cut in half.
But this is one of the holy places of the Maker from hundreds of years ago. Forgotten by time and history.
Well, we
Covered
will-
up by time and history, really.
Yeah.
Once when we have time, we can try to restore it to its former glory.
Would be nice.
I will say this puts a slight damper on my plans. But I'm sure my brother... Can I still call them that? Sure.
You are what you are at heart.
I had figured that is why I was so kind of gung-ho about learning the Maker's ways from you, is to show my kin that there is another way for them, a brighter way.
This is for all of the sold.
You gotta start somewhere. And with those at the bottom, it means a lot. And he puts a hand on your shoulder. It means more than you know.
All we have to do is free them from their own bonds.
One step at a time.
But I don't know about you all. But me and Aymer have had a particularly rough day.
Oh, have you now? I'm so sorry.
Brok, you have been remade.
He can make jokes like that now. Oh, no.
Yes, Aymer,
It's fine.
oh no.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Brok, you have literally been remade. This body
I'm
will never
only
feel...
teasing.
I'm going to have to break it to you now. From here on out, that body's just never going to feel the same, because then you're going to start feeling pain and fatigue. So right now...
I'm very used to that.
I'm going to take a nap.
It would feel a little different, though, wouldn't it? You have flesh now.
Yes, it's...
Under, like, what you had under your scales. Now you don't have literal body armor.
Yes.
No, but we are going to have to get you real armor.
Yeah, and a shirt. Better shirt. You know, one that doesn't look so much like you're wearing literally a vest. Just a vest.
These definitely fit a more taller, leaner.
Yeah. I would say we could go to Arminius, but we can't.
No, we can't.
Somebody.
Not yet. We have things to take care of.
Right. I don't have to be the only one to think about things and reprimand you when you do dumb things. I love this. This has worked out very well in my favor.
Yes,
A thank you would be nice.
my this is
No.
going to take a
Did you bring him back? The maker did.
No, I did not.
I
It
gave
was a
my-
joke, Aymer.
I gave my thanks to the maker. Actually, you can thank the maker for that too, because I actually
Oh.
thanked him.
crap.
Oh.
And he gets up and
Yeah, very.
Very-
well, no joke, because you used to be able to have a balance with,
with the
a
tail.
tail.
Yeah.
Now you have nothing.
He very
Ooh, that'd
awkwardly
be
waddles
weird.
over to his stuff, grabs his bag.
Oh,
Emma, Ezra.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. And when you go in, you open your eyes, you're like, "Ooh, this is weird." And the same figures kind of come out, but when they speak to you, they sound different.
Oh,
They sound a little bit more eloquent than before and older. They're like, "Brok, it's so nice to see you. Yes, nice to see you, it is. We see you're remade. Remade, yes."
I suppose you would have known, but I wanted to make sure to tune you in first. We have a lot of people to update on my development, but I wanted to just make sure that I could still talk with you.
Of course. For you, we're here all of the time. That's our point. Yes, our point it is. You seem lighter. Like we can really connect with you now. Yes, we can connect with you more now.
I feel so... Light is not the right word. Bright. My body feels clean, and my mind feels sharper. I'm remembering things as, well, me. But now it's like they were the thoughts of a child. But now as my mind can comprehend so much more, so clearer. It's wonderful. And his face goes a little sad.
What is the matter, Brok?
Oh, it's that. That's how I used to be. That's how my sister, how all my kin see the world. I know how they think, and how restrained we are. I will help them. Eventually. But we have a lot to do.
And it is all right to be joyful in what the Maker has given you. That is the point. He uses the smallest people sometimes to help. You know how they think. You have been in their place before, which means they will listen to you. You can speak to their hearts now. Yes, you can speak to their hearts now, Brok.
Excellent.
Go, enjoy your time with your
Yes,
friends.
I need to get used to this. Did you know moving without a tail is so awkward? How has Tyrall done it all this time?
It's easy whenever you never had one to begin with.
That's fair. It'd be a lot harder if you'd never had one than had one, I would imagine. Having to make sure you don't hit it on things.
Yep. But he'll come out, rejoin you all at the table, taking slow steps back.
Oh, Tyrall's like in a trance on what's left of
Yes.
a pew.
And yeah, Aymer is just like, just eating. He's in a good mood.
Yep. Brok sits back down and eats a little more, but he does not gorge himself.
Your stomach would act differently.
It acts differently, and even it is a new body and all that, but yeah, expelling your innards puts a damper on eating. You know,
For a while, I would think.
yeah. He looks over and
I would also think that you wouldn't have that same sense of desperate hunger to eat everything.
yes.
So,
Also, that feast only lasts for an hour.
well, don't worry.
Oh, that's
It'll be gone
plenty.
before then.
Yeah.
There's something in my eye. But yeah. So we will do that. You can take a long rest because we will all be relaxing here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good, because I had just used spells level 6 through 8.
You're telling me.
Yep.
3 through 8. So, yeah. Aymer is pretty much all tapped out until you all take a long rest.
So, Tyrall only needs 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you all doing after 4 hours? Are you still up? Or are you passed out?
I would think by this point, it was about midday when we were with the people in the village. So all of that commotion probably would have set into about 7 o'clock-ish. Because, I mean, that would have been... It would have felt like shorter time because adrenaline, but it honestly probably would have been a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And so then I would think after about 4 hours, I would put us about 10, 11 almost. So Aymer would be going to sleep. Aymer needs rest. He zapped himself. And I'm sure you're still very fatigued from, being remade.
Yes.
So, when Tyrall gets up, sees Aymer's asleep. I assume you're
He's gone.
going into, your first human food coma.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, Brok's gone.
Yeah.
Yep. And Tyrall will go up and kneel in front of the altar and do the ritualistic casting of Hallow for the rest of the night.
Ooh.
And while you're doing that, you do feel a lot of the souls that had been here before. And they all kind of congregate around you, their souls. And I had this planned last time. So give me a minute to go back to my notes from session 21. Because I was waiting for this the entire time. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so basically, they start to congregate around you, and you can see them like what they were when they were alive, but it's their soul, right? It's like a spiritual form of them. And it ranges like women, younger men, older men, that sort of stuff. And as you're praying and hallowing the ground, you have this overwhelming feeling of leadership over these people. Like they're the makers, right? But they're here for you, basically. And they're waiting for you to give them something, like guidance of some sort. And as you're praying, you just hear the same voice, the same guy who always guides you. Like, you are their leader now. Tell them what they're doing.
Restore it.
So, basically, this means once you've hallowed them and the ground around them, I think what I have here is you take a piece of their souls with you the whole time. Let me see. I have something very specific written down for this, which I need to make it a thing for you, and I need to remember to do that.
Do Do I just have a ghost ship?
It's basically the similarity that ghost ship. It's the equivalent of what Aragorn does. When he calls on that undead army. But the difference is you have to carry a bone shard with you from one of the martyrs.
Okay.
And what you do is you bury it in the ground. The ground where you're at has to be hallowed as well. And then you can only do it once, but you can call all of them to fight for you. And it's like upwards of like 10, 15 souls. So you're basically reserving their souls for war. Again, very similar to, and you can, as you're learning more about the things that you're able to do, you can see where the Circle of Odin got a lot of their abilities. You know, because that's kind of what they were supposed to do, but then they took it and they just kind of tweaked it a little.
So can I, like, collect multiple shards?
From different places.
Yeah.
You don't need to collect, like, multiple different, like, you don't need to have, like, 15 bone shards with you and then just, like, toss them up in the air like confetti. But you do have to, like, push it into the ground. The ground has to be hallowed before you can do it, or else it's not gonna really work.
Good thing I can do a hallow quick.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Right.
But you do get the feeling and you recognize it, because you know how things just kind of come to you. You recognize that if you found all of the churches, this is what you could do with pretty much every martyr that was at a church, like a ruin.
I could just have my own army.
It's kind of your whole point, huh?
It's my whole point.
It's almost like you're a war priest.
What a wild concept.
Wild
I had
concept.
this planned for session 21, but we didn't get there.
21 got a little weird.
21 went off the rails
It got awesome.
so fast. It was very awesome.
It was.
But 21 went off the rails so quickly.
Went off the rails.
Oh my god. But like, I've used this whole notebook. I don't want you all to see my notes. But I've used this whole notebook for just this campaign.
Nice.
Look at how much I have left.
It's not a lot.
Nice.
But yeah. So you will now have an army reserved for war. You can only use it once, and I will make a I will do it.
Make a magic
gonna
item
do
for
it.
me to put in here.
Yes, I need to write it down so I don't forget. But how about you two do something while I write this down? This is why I need more people at the
Yes.
table.
So yeah, Brok sleeps. Yeah, definitely before his zonking out, he would have gotten up. This would have been while you were in your trance. He would have gotten up and tried doing his martial moves.
You will have to learn. You will be a little
'Cause-
bit more at disadvantage for that because you're used to counterbalancing the way Cyrus taught you with
Yeah.
the tail, and that's not the same
and
anymore.
it's not the same. This body,
Guess
this
what?
body's janky.
Guess what? We'll have to have session 2.0 between Tyrall and Brok.
Ooh.
Drew, teach you how to fight.
Yeah, and so Aymer would see that, and I'm sure he would be laughing at it because
Oh, yeah.
the movements would be so comical.
Oh yeah, it would be.
And then also he'd probably be like, "Hey, buddy, why don't you take it easy?
Yeah. Weren't you, I don't know, just remade a few hours ago? Might want to relax a little.
I'm fine.
I
But I'm
don't.
not fine.
I don't even know how you're doing it without a tail.
I know it's freaky. This is so bizarre. Tyrall is a mutant.
Yeah.
He's gone all this
I
time without a
believe-
tail.
I believe what I said when we first met him. When he tried to crush me with his giant body, I called him a giant muscly freak.
He is still that.
He's even worse now, since he's
Yes.
7 foot tall. And all of that muscle.
Hey, You made him bigger. You made me smaller, which is fine. But honestly, that probably helps out a lot more with adjusting to
Probably.
this.
You're still taller than me, so good for you.
That's not hard to do,
Do you
Aymer.
want to get splayed apart and remade?
He said,
I'm
I can
sorry.
turn you, I can cleanse you if you'd like. Then we can all be human. Well, you know, that's rude. But it's fine. So you did that. I'm trying to think. Yeah, okay. And after you do that, that's when you start to go into your trance, Tyrall.
Well, Tyrall was in his trance
Because
during
that would have been during the
That's
trance.
what I meant, yeah.
Yep.
So then when you wake up and you pray,
And then
Everybody's
we're
asleep.
zonked
Yeah.
out then.
okay. And then, yeah, what do you do while we're still asleep? Do you do anything important after? I would think that would take a while doing all of that.
It would take.
Yeah, I would think that would probably take the rest of the time because I would think we would probably go to sleep, but not too long after you were trancing.
It would probably take me till like 6, 7 in the morning.
So you'd probably either still be doing it and at the tail end of it when we wake up, or have just finished.
Probably at the tail end of it.
Okay.
So like whenever you all would get up, you would see him, knelt in front of the altar, glowing with everything emanating out.
Yeah,
across the
we
floor
wouldn't
and up
see
walls
the
and all that.
souls like you do, but we would see just like a glowing, shimmering
Magical aura.
Halloween.
Miss.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
And then whenever he gets done, he would get up, walk around the altar up to where like the pulpit would be, and go behind it and to the skeleton there, and grab a hold of its skull and put it in the pack.
And Aymer's just watching you, like with his hands on the back of his hips, like, I'm not questioning you anymore. You brought Brok back, so I can't really question you. It's just,
You still want to know why?
I don't know. It's just weird. I don't, I don't need to know. Doesn't affect me any negatively, anyway. Unless it crawls out of the ground from a hole. But it's just weird. It's just weird. So what?
The souls that were still here are now mine to command.
Can
as long
you
as I
do
have
that?
a piece of a martyr with me.
That's a good question. Can I do fancy magic now?
Not like I can do. It's a little different between us.
He said, I'm a perfect angel and you're
But
crap.
try,
Brok will look up.
just try to
Why?
do your normal.
He did that when I took a drink.
Here, Brok, how about this?
Oh my god, that was funny.
I know I didn't do magic before, but
Try to do your lavender, Brok.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Ooh.
Whew.
I haven't felt it since coming to. But I can give it a go.
Might as well try. It could help us. Yeah.
Is he out?
Yep. But he doesn't look like Brok from before. He looks like you.
Well, I didn't break him completely.
Nope, apparently not. Which is good.
Alright.
I would have.
Hey, we shake hands.
I don't know if this is better or worse.
And when you say that, we both turn and look at you and give a smile.
It's the Brok smile, but without the snoot. I bet you're so cute because you would still be the same age. So you're still, you would be 20 because you were 19 when we started, and it's been about a year and a half, travel wise. So, you baby, you're baby.
He's a young man.
You're an immortal creature. So,
I just am what I am forever.
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, I need to figure out how to make Delilah immortal. What we're splaying Delilah open.
Well,
I don't think that's how that works.
It's not how it was. It's not, it was a
Oh,
joke.
yeah, I just wanted. Glad you're doing okay. You can go play now.
yeah.
But we still need to.
Back to business.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
right. So,
We're kind of far away from where we were.
very, very far away.
Very far.
Yes. So,
Yes, we need to find the farms near the lake.
yeah, we're a couple,
Days away.
days away from that now. I mean, it was important, so, I'm glad we did it, right? But going back might be nice. So,
Yes, even though we do need to hurry. This will give me more time to adjust to this and these, picking up things. I tried to paint last night before falling asleep, and I couldn't hold the brush right.
you don't have nails anymore.
Yes.
No nails for you. And he just like, pink. Yeah, that's going to be weird. Sorry. But
It's-
you're not dead.
I'm
You are
far
alive.
from it.
He was dead,
Well, he's not now.
but now he's not.
Right. No longer dead.
Remember, I did have to kill you.
In the most, I will have nightmares. Just because you're back does not mean I will not have nightmares from what I've seen. And probably you, from what you have experienced.
Yes, you don't have to tell me that I died and that you did it. I was the one you did it to.
Very sorry about that.
I have intimate knowledge of you killing me.
Your hands were inside me
Yes. they
in
were.
all the wrong places.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, I don't envy that. But we should probably get going, right?
Yes. And he
We can talk about the nasty parts later.
he puts his armor on and he has to cinch it
Tighter.
tighter
Yep.
and a little differently.
Yep.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah, your muscular structure would be completely different. Like, completely.
Yeah.
It's a good thing it was armor originally made for a human.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Then as everybody leaves, Tyrall will just stop and look back. With his sight, he can
That
see.
he can see. You would honestly see it as it once was.
Mhm.
And then you blink, and it's the way it is now. And then you blink, and it's what it will be in the future.
Yep. And then he will, which I need to finish painting that. I have it inside.
Yep.
Finish
And
that.
it is, when you see it in the future, is very similar to what it was before, but grander.
Nice.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, you gotta give a new title to whatever
Building
this.
cathedrals up in here.
Yeah, you gotta give a new title to whatever this religion is now. Really, I mean, we have Christianity, so what's this?
Yes.
You don't have to do it right now, but
The
You will
first
have
thing
to.
that came to my mind was just a complete ripoff of Star Wars. But anyways,
anyway.
but yeah, no. And then he'll
Oh,
just.
and we don't have a cart. We literally have to walk
Yep.
because we're in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah.
So this will take,
That's why Brok
On
said
foot.
it'll give him.
because in a cart it would have taken about 4.5 days to get to where we are, maybe, and that's booking it.
Is
Yeah.
there a train track we can flag down?
Yeah, there's a train track and we just run as fast as we can and grab a hold as it goes by.
I'll throw you all up there and fly.
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you.
Yep.
Although Aymer really could just dimension door right in there. I mean, he just has to
Yeah.
see it and then just pop into somebody's random cart and you're like, sorry. But no, I mean, there's nothing for yards and yards and yards and miles. So yeah,
This is the entire second book of the Lord of the Rings.
wait. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Have I just been doing Lord of the Rings this whole time? Wait.
No,
No, the second
No.
book is literally just them running across
No,
the
I know, but that's what I'm
countryside.
saying. I've had you all running so many different places. I think I take more inspiration from Tolkien than I even really think about, because that's really all Lord of the Rings is, and people are like, that's the reason why I don't like Lord of the Rings, because it's just like a walking simulator. Like, because they are just traveling a lot of the time.
there is
because
a lot of
that's just
travel.
reality. I mean, if you're traveling on foot and you're trying to keep up with people, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a comedian that me and my dad went and saw forever ago, and he does one-man versions of movies. And the one we went was The Lord of the Rings, and the first movie was an hour and a half. The second movie was 2 minutes. And because the only thing he did is he would just go, and we're running, 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 and we're running.
That is Legolas.
And that was it. And then after 2 minutes of that, he stopped and go like, and on to book 3.
I mean, you're just Aragorn, you're just Legolas, and Aymer's just Gimli. It's just the truth.
Aymer.
Yep.
Yep. But it's 3:15, so we can take a break now, or we can keep going for a little bit and then take a break. But literally, it would just be getting to
Yeah.
the...
Because break now.
Because it's just flat land, pretty much. I mean, Trinia, unless you're in the capital, is... There's some towns that you can pass on the way.
Is
but
this
it's
just Indiana 20 miles north of here?
pretty much.
Okay.
So, like, East Trinia is just land. Like, that's where all the farm stuff is. And then West Trinia is cities, towns, villages, that sort of stuff. So, since we're going east, it would be just land, farmland,
Yeah.
all that sort of stuff. So, then we will take a break and get used to new Brok.
A new Brok.
Sorry I had to kill you.
Your voice when you popped it out, I thought I was, I don't know how other DMs do it. I geek out when things happen, and I can't not. Like, that's my immediate reaction. I do that when things happen in shows that I like. I just geek out. I can't not do it. How do you not do it when you have Brok, who sounds like Brok this whole time? He's remade as a human, and he sounds like he does now. How do you do that? I couldn't.
No, and you shouldn't. You should geek out.
Yeah, I'm just as big a fan of your all's characters as clearly, as I am. Like, I'm playing this right alongside you all. I had no idea you were gonna pull that kind of voice out. So exciting.
I still would have been a fox.
Which definitely would have killed me. But I love the human. It makes sense.
No, the first two that came to mind was, the first one was actually a tabaxi, because if you recall, his first crush
Was it Tabaxi?
was the tabaxi princess that was at the party. But it was like, as I thought about it, it was like, no, because that's a different kind of love.
Right.
That's the romantic side. But what he saw of just regular humans, it was like, that's what you would want to be.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
If you could choose, that's what it would have been. Yeah. And like I said, he loves Aymer. He doesn't want to be Aymer. He can't take away from how special Aymer is. Like, that's why he
Yeah.
loves Aymer.
but
You know what would have been
There-
really funny? If he
there
did come
is-
back as a Faxonine, but he was taller than Aymer. I would have lost it.
yeah, but there will be something that will come up, because he's going to have to introduce himself to people again.
That's true. He can actually
And-
interact with normal people again. That's going to be a weird habit to break.
Yeah, it's going to kill you.
I want to see it right now. I'm going to introduce you to like 16 people just so I can wait for him to do it. But we're going to take a break for 45 minutes, and we'll be back.
Yes. Tune
be
in.
back.
Stay.
Yeah, when you whipped out that voice, I didn't know what I was going to do. Didn't know what I was going to do with myself. We should be back. We should be
Yeah,
fully
we're
back.
back.
Hello, hello.
Welcome. Hope you all enjoyed the break. We did. We ate the stuff. We had hummus. If you've never had hummus,
I peed.
no.
We also played the original song that I had in mind for when Brok was going to be played open. Because if you've been here the whole time, you would know that we've talked about Brok being sacrificed by Tyrall since session 1.
Yeah.
Literally.
It's
It's been a thing.
It's been a thing.
For
And
a year.
And it came to fruition in
a lot more beautifully than I originally expected, honestly.
Well, yeah, because you have Saint Tyrall now and not Tyrall Backen.
Yeah, but I still expected it to be cool and sad, but beautiful in a way because we knew Brok would get remade. This was different.
This was different.
This was so different than what I had originally thought. So, but yeah, basically before the break, we were at the village that was ill-stricken. Tyrall started sacred flaming all of the people who had no souls anymore. Brok started to get really, really sick. Didn't really know why. We found out why shortly after, was that his body was basically purifying itself from the inside out because he had drank Tyrall's blood.
Note to self, if you're a vampire, don't drink the blood of somebody that just came back from heaven.
Yeah. Holy creature. So the only way to cure Brok was to kill him. Was to cleanse him and then have him be remade by the Maker.
Oh, I also want to point one thing out. Me, Patrick, has killed every single party member except for Aymer.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no, that way, yeah. Have you thought about killing Aymer? I mean, like, legit. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but, like, you know what I mean? Like,
I've got to come full circle.
well, because I know you've thought about killing and no, you didn't kill Cyrus.
No, I said Patrick.
Oh, that's true. Flint, that's true.
Yes.
Freak, you have. You've been involved in
Yeah.
killing every single character. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, have you thought about killing Aymer, like how you would have done it if there was an opportunity, which I guess we still have 8 sessions
Oh, yeah, I
left.
had planned it whenever we first came up with the idea of blood eagling him, is that I might have to kill you first.
Oh!
That does sound familiar, actually, because it made sense, because it was like,
Because Aymer would go
because
absolutely...
he would go bonkers, he
nuts.
would get in the way of what
Yeah.
needs to be done, so
Yeah.
the only
Which,
way
to be
stop
fair,
it-
at the beginning when you would have needed to do that, I think Aymer would have flipped.
Oh, no.
This
you would have been
time-
Bifrost cleansed.
This time, Aymer would have literally brought the Maker down with his own hands if he had to. Like, Aymer would...
Yeah.
It's a different. Aymer was like, no, he's innocent. You don't need to treat him that way. This time, it was like his lifeline. Like, he was going down. He was going to try to take the Maker out of the sky before he allowed it to happen. Even if he had to die, which he obviously would.
But yeah, no, I thought about it.
That's
I have
wild.
contingency plans for every single person in this group.
Okay, Batman. But yeah, so Tyrall did sacrifice, cleanse Brok, and he was remade into what Brok had decided to be made into, basically a human.
The exemplary image that Brok had of what being free
Was. Yep, which was a human, and he has olive-colored skin, pretty blue eyes, and long red hair. Yep, and so we had a great feast afterward. Tyrall hallowed the ground of the ruined church, and now we are traveling east. Back to, well, it's like northeast. Northeast.
Yeah.
A little bit more north than east, but...
It's going to be a lot of walking, which Brok is now not used to doing.
Oh, Brock needs this time.
But yes,
You
he
know-
definitely needs this time.
You know what's wild is you say Brok, and my immediate thought is the lizard.
Yeah.
Which you said Brok, and I was like, oh, wait. Like my immediate reaction. That's gonna be hard to get used to.
Yeah.
I bet that's so weird. Because you didn't change all that much. I mean, you basically went from big, tall, beefy elf to
Taller,
bigger,
beefy.
taller, beefier
ASMR.
Asmar. But you look the same, pretty much.
Yeah. ASMR.
That!
elf.
That thing. Completely different. That's wild. You can see yourself now, Brok. I didn't
Yeah.
even think about that. I'm still geeking over it as the DM. I'm still geeking.
You could say now that I have started to get my chapter together and I am their Primarch.
This is true.
You have my gene seed.
Oh.
Excellent.
Is it yours or is it the maker's? Well, I
Oh.
guess, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty much same difference, really.
For the Imperium.
That's why I was so happy whenever you said,
the Emperor.
praise be the maker. Because it's like, praise the Emperor.
Yep. That's true. And Aymer's just those little skulls that are floating around. Those little techno skulls. That's how tiny he is compared to
That's
them.
why I took the skull and not just a bone fragment.
Fair. But now we are traveling northeast. And I'm assuming as we're traveling, Brok, you would the image of actual Brok every time I say that. You would want to train or something, get used to throwing daggers again while we're traveling. I mean, you have a couple of days to do that.
Yes, he definitely, along the way, he's training to get used to his new body, to try to get it back up to what it once was.
Yeah.
As, as best he can.
Yeah.
And then also, you'll notice as we're traveling, he'll go up to things and just feel them.
It would feel different, yeah, because you don't have scales or weird
things
soft,
feel quite differently
weird
when
grippy
you're covered
palms
in
anymore.
Scales.
Yeah, and nails. You don't have nails anymore. I mean, you have nails, but you don't have
But,
claws. Yeah, and the smell is different. You smell differently now. Like your whole organism is different. The whole environment is.
I have ears.
You have actual ears now, and you have hair. You didn't have hair before.
Yeah, and so definitely, like as we're walking,
And it's long.
He's kind of brushing his fingers through it, and he's like, "Oh, Aymer, I remember watching you do this. I guess I'm going to need to get a brush at some point." And
Yeah, like he's so excited.
and you used what was that? You used shampoo.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I actually use a lot of different products. You might not want to use all of them, though. It's fine. Yeah, I can show you how to take care of all that. What do you actually, really, Tyrall? What do you do? Are you just don't ever? You just
have to.
No. It's the way you look at me when you say those things. Like, have to. That's what I was
I'm
thinking.
divine.
You know, that's fair. That's fair. But,
Have you ever read a passage of an angel taking a bath?
I mean, no, but I was trying to think about if in other media I had. Yes, but no, I guess that's fair. But yeah, I can show you how to. I mean, you have to. You have no idea how to take care of a human body.
I mean, I've had some training with my former master and them. Every now and then, we might be summoned to help bathe them, brush their hair, that sort of thing. But I've never had to do it to myself.
He doesn't talk in third person anymore. Oh my god,
Big brain.
This is weird. I want to imagine this is exactly how Aymer acts too, actually. I should just be doing this as Aymer's voice because he would be freaking out this whole time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Right, so it is very different when you're taking care of yourself. So it's like, really, teaching a child. I'm gonna have to teach you all over again.
You are the best teacher that I've had.
Well, yeah. Except for fighting. Yeah, that's on you.
No, yes.
That's yours.
Which, once when we find a good spot to settle down in these travels, you on guard?
Well, I guess it's only fair with our new bodies we do this again.
Oh my god, yeah, you're both When I said 2.0, I had absolutely forgotten that also. I am geeking right now, dude.
You've had a bit more time and experience because you got training with the big guys. I was kind of just thrusted back.
I think that before Fair. Before you do all that, maybe I should put your hair up, which is something you're also going to have to learn, but I'll do it for you for now.
Yes, I have always been, enjoyed, what do you all call it? The, ponytail?
If that's what you want, yeah.
And he'll pull it back and he'll go to his knees
Yeah.
so that you can reach
So you're the
without
same,
having to
so
strain.
you're the same height?
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, Aymer has like like not a thread, ribbon, and he just
Gay.
ties your hair. Says you, mister, I had a holy braid. Yeah, that's right.
It was a Viking braid.
And a ponytail?
It was a Viking braid.
Okay.
Ragnar Lothbrok had one.
You also-
I'm not denying. I liked the braid. I loved the braid. I was actually going to braid his hair, but he said ponytail. So.
And also, who got bathed?
That was
by
a different
by three other dudes.
That was a different
By
circumstance.
three other dudes. You got
By all dudes.
naked and bathed by three other men, grown
I
men.
I couldn't move.
Just saying.
Uh-huh,
And he doesn't know how to put up a ponytail by himself.
Brok, what's the rules of this engagement?
I would think we would just go full bore. It's the only way I can think to get acclimated correctly.
Full bore.
I mean, you did do that before,
That's how we, yeah.
and he was, just as capable as he is now. So really,
All right.
You got me really good with that golden gauntlet. It hurt a lot, but it was awesome.
Well, then,
Brok talking like a normal human is so weird to me.
Tyrall will come up in front of you, and he'll stamp down the hammer. His armor and his shield will come out.
Ooh, that is one thing that's a little different, though. You don't have armor.
He's still got his leather armor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, your studded leather armor. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the same.
Yep, it fits a little differently, but
Good luck.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Sure.
I got a 4 for initiative.
Roll initiative.
That's 5.
You have to go first.
Wow, no way.
Like Courtney said earlier, she rolled like we do. She knows how it feels.
It was so bad. I didn't get like above a 10. It was bad. It was so bad. I don't think I rolled above a 10 that whole time, really.
It was.
Oh, no, not until I started using Patrick's tray, and then I started rolling like
Yeah, then you
18s and
started rolling
stuff,
really good.
Which I gotta buy me a new tray.
So, yep, Brok will come at you. Hey, there we go. With, oh boy, math. 32.
Oh my
Yep.
He does not get sneak attack. So that's going to be 7 slashing. Second attack. Even higher. For 8 slashing. And then final attack. Oh, with a 19.
19 doesn't hit.
So, Brok, you see him hunker down and serpentine towards you, but it's really awkward.
And it's definitely not nearly as
and it's
smooth.
it's not as smooth.
You don't have the spine to do that anymore.
Because he's so used to it, and kind of like as he starts charging forwards, he then like props himself up more because he's like, that doesn't feel right.
Oh yeah, that running would feel so weird for you.
And then he goes in for an upward slash that connects, and then goes in for a stab that gets you along the side, and then he goes for a follow-up slash to like kind of cut you across the cheek or something, but then it just across the helmet.
Well, I see. You can still do something. And then Tyrall will bring the hammer back. That is going to be a 24.
That hits.
Ooh, where's my 8-sided? For 13 points.
13, nice.
Yep. And then he will use a War Priest to come back down the other way with the hammer for a nat 20.
Dang.
As normal whenever I fight Brok.
Yep.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Hold on, what did I say last time? What did you roll?
Why are you still counting?
Why are you still counting?
Yeah. So, let's see.
A year ago, bro. It's wild.
That's 13 points because that's the max.
You're fighting Brok. Man, good times.
Plus another 7.
It's another 7. Okay, 20. And I'll use my reaction.
Although I think old habits would die hard. I think Aymer might be a little like, don't go so hard on him. And then
Oh, yeah, because Aymer would just like see like, cheek, and then Tyrell go,
oh, that's so cute. Boom.
yeah, because Tyrell comes in from one side, just whack,
And yep, it
whack.
hits. When the second one comes in, he brings up his arms as he uses Uncanny Dodge to soften the blow of that crit.
But I think the old habit would die hard because you were so childish acting before, but you're not anymore. I feel like that's going to be really interesting for Aymer to get used to.
Yes, that's definitely
Good swing.
You sound like an adult. It's so weird.
But it's good to see that I still got it, though.
And then the spiritual weapon comes out.
Aha.
This is really what did it last time.
Yep. And here comes out next to Tyrall is the flaming sword that Amriel had. Yep.
Sick.
And it's going to come in for an attack. For a nat 20.
Are you for serious right now, dude?
Nope.
Yes.
It's the same. It's the same thing as what was it, like 2 or 3 sessions ago? It might have been last session that you rolled a nat 20 on trying to see what you could figure out about Aurelius's sickness, and I was like, you could not roll a nat 20. What do you mean? And you're like, that's because it's not important.
Yep.
Let's see. That's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 12 damage.
Okay.
Plus 11.
Plus 11, 23.
Yeah, so after Brok kind of like gets hit the second time, the flaming sword just appears and just slices right down across the front of him.
I mean, I don't.
This hurts so differently.
Don't kill him after you already raised him from the
I'm
dead.
all right.
I'll heal him afterwards, but he needs to understand the differences.
No,
suppose
yes.
that's fair.
This is good. This is
All right,
good.
All right.
And Tyrall just hunkered down behind his tower shield, staring at you from over top of it.
And then he will once again rush in, but then quickly, like as he reaches you, he jumps to the side, does like a little barrel roll around you, and goes for a back stab. That's 23
23 hits.
for 7. Oh, that's definitely gonna hit too. That's going to be 9. So he rolls up, stab, slashes down the back side, and then final one. That's 28 for 7, and yeah, and then he action surges.
Yeah.
Kind of cartwheels around, because I imagine after getting that you turn the swing, but he kind of cartwheel dodges to your side.
Still a nimble boy.
25
Yep.
for 8, and he brings up a leg and kind of kicks you in the gut, and then we'll go to slice you down the arm there with another 25
Nice.
and another 8. And that is a Brok.
Not anymore.
He is not this Brok no more.
Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird.
Yes, I am Brok.
It's not the same, but I love it. I don't know how to explain it. I'm so disappointed, but in the best way. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, oh no, I hate that. That's so good. Like, oh my.
And yeah, he has this big Brocky smile on, and he's got a little like pep in his step as he's like standing there.
I bet he does feel a lot lighter, yeah. That's so crazy.
Yep. All right. So you'll just absolutely just like cartwheel around me, just staying straight out of my reach, just pecking all over me. There'll be like little glints of like golden blood coming out. And I see you aren't playing anymore. And Tyrall will throw his hammer out, and as he throws it out towards you,
Yeah.
the very end, like top of where the handle sticks out, glows. And then, and we're doing Guiding Bolt
Oh,
at level
Patrick
8.
is the best at doing that sort of stuff.
he is.
Yep. $16?
16 misses.
Oh, it misses. Yeah. So I guess like you just still kind of moving. It just barely goes past your shoulder. The brightest light that you have ever seen just goes right past you. And you know, this is 11,
I'm sure like whizzes past Aymer's face and he's like,
yeah, this is 11d6 of damage. So I imagine whatever it hits,
it
it's
destroys.
like in animated where like a hillside just goes.
Yeah, it's like a far distant tree and the tree just explodes and it's like passes Aymer's face in the same way it would animate that his hair just like floats and his ears go back.
Yeah, there's just like a line of destruction
Yeah.
past you all.
Right. We're not trying to kill one another.
No, but he has to
Like, part of
understand
his-
what's coming through.
Part of his like ear tuft is singed, so he has to like psst, like put it out.
And
He needs to understand the dangers that we will be facing soon. So he
No.
needs to get it ingrained now.
there's a big gulp. You know, I've still the person that has traveled with you, right? I've seen what we have fought.
But you also forget that I can just bring you back.
No, please.
Yes.
No, thank you.
Can you check with Aymer first so we don't have a Delilah situation in that regards?
Aymer will want me to bring you back.
But I prefer you don't kill him, right? Then we don't have to do the
asked
whole
for
thing.
rules of the engagement beforehand,
All
and he
right.
said none.
Retconned rules. Don't kill him.
All right.
I feel like that was
I won't
unexplained.
kill him.
I feel like that was an already rule.
And then, so now I've got to go back out to my spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
Where's my spiritual
Spirit weapon.
Where's my spiritual weapon? All right. Ugh. Yeah, no, that's like a 12.
No, sir.
Nope.
The sword comes in this time, and he blocks it with his
Yeah.
daggers. And
You're getting
Yep.
used to it.
Oh, here you go.
this, all right. This body is a lot more capable than I originally was feeling. Of course, being remade, that'll make you feel a bit off.
It can.
As you are aware.
It can. It takes time.
And he'll come in. Yeah, 19 does not
19
do it.
does not do it.
Which is perfect. That's what I wanted to happen for this first attack, because he goes for a sweep of the legs, and before he would use his tail as part of
That's
that. And so
true.
he does it, and he loses his balance pretty bad, and he's like, oh, and he gets back up, and he's like, I'm good.
I'm all right.
And then he comes in. Yeah, that's a 30.
30 hits.
I think a 30 would hit, yeah. I would hope a 30 would hit
Jumps
you.
in, does a front kick to your chest. For 10. And then do final attack. Yes, 29. For 9. And slashes you down the other side.
Excuse me.
And he's kind of standing there and stands with both daggers pointed towards you.
Yeah, you'd pretty much have to forget almost everything that Cyrus taught you. I mean,
Not
majority-wise.
everything. He'd have to
Yeah.
relearn how to do it.
Yeah, majority-wise. I say forget, but
Yeah.
yeah, it'd be a relearning because your stance and everything that he taught you how to do, because he taught you, because he had a tail the same way, you know.
Yes.
And so now that's not working for you.
And I had some pretty wide lizard feet with 3 toes, and now I got 10 of these things.
Yeah, and they're not nearly as big.
No, they're really tiny.
You got
like,
little Pete's now.
like Vienna sausages.
I hate that. Honestly, might be worse than Flint's teeth. I hate that.
So as you come in and you slice down my side, you'll just see Tyrall's eyes just flash really fast, and you're going to need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh, what are you doing? What are you doing, buddy?
14.
Nope, you're paralyzed because I cast Hold Monster.
He wouldn't be a monster anymore, so I don't think it would work. Hold person, because he's a person now. He's not a monster anymore.
It says creature in the description.
Creature. That's stupid, because there's a difference between hold person and hold monster.
And
There's
they-
a difference.
and they-
So what do you mean creature?
And
Because
they do use creature as like the blanket term
right. So
for
why would you have
everything.
why would you have the difference between hold person and hold monster?
That is kind of weird.
I think they renamed Hold Person to Hold Monster.
No, I'm almost certain those are because
No, yeah,
Aymer has
there's-
hold person and hold monster. Yeah, because Aymer has hold person right here.
Yeah,
And okay,
they are different ones.
It is different because this says choose a humanoid. So
Yeah,
I don't
this one
think
says creature.
yeah, so I don't think it would work
No, don't think
because
it would work.
hold person says choose a humanoid, and he is a human,
Humanoid.
literally. But I know
even
it.
have-
Unless they changed it in 5.5, I know at one point they considered everything not humanoids, but creatures. They must have gone to the blanket term of humanoid for, like what Star Wars does. Star Wars doesn't consider them people or
Yeah.
humans. They consider them humanoids. Because that's what technically Thrawn is listed under as a humanoid. Because he's an alien. It's not a human. Thrawn.
And yeah, Brok sees your eyes kind of glow, sparkle, and he, got me. That was a good one.
Oh yeah,
Sure, Aymer's just
doesn't work.
plucking away on his dulcimer, just playing some quick shanties while you guys are
And as you say it doesn't work, the sword comes flying in from past Tyrall's head.
Oh!
It was a distraction.
21.
Yes.
Do hit.
Oh!
Ooh.
For 6 damage.
Let's see. Let me do some quick math here.
See what... Oh, there are things. Because everything else just seems so harsh.
Okay.
And I'm sorry. What was it? Guiding bolt that you did? That didn't seem harsh. The 11d6 that you launched at the man you just had remade.
No, I meant like that's harsh, but like
Did you see the
yeeting him
quotations
to
you
another
put on there?
plane, that's harsh.
Blowing him up with a guiding bolt is not as harsh as sending him to another plane.
No.
Yeah. I mean, it might depend on the plane. If you tore open the zipper and threw him through like Squidward.
Like the Blind Dutchman did with Squidward. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. Does this conclude you?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
So
I wish Squidward were here to see this.
Brock takes it into like the kind of upper shoulder chest, and then he kind of used the blades to knock it away, and then repositions and like takes a readied stance. Brock stops and is like, "Okay, I think this was good enough for now. We don't want to fully ruin ourselves." And
Yes,
he'll-
please. Aymer from the distance. Yes, please. Don't do that.
He twirls them, and he's like, "Hey, I got it!" And he goes to slide them into the holsters, into the sheaths, and they into the dirt. And he's like, those are not where they normally are." He
That's really funny.
picks them up, kind of- he brushes them off, and he's like, "Sorry." And then calmly, slowly puts them into the sheaths.
Brok had a Beauty and the Beast moment. He had a Prince Philip moment where he was the Beast, and then he turns around and he's this long-haired like prince.
Yeah.
That almost got yeeted.
Yeah.
There's going to be some traveler that's just like, my
This
hill.
checks. Tyrall is kinda Gaston.
Yep.
I need somebody to follow me around to sing.
And Aymer is Lumiere.
I'll save that for Beep Boop Bop. Gaston's the hero.
He is the hero.
He is, and I'm a huge Prince Philip fan. Like I love him. It's Gaston is the man. Gosh, I love Gaston. Anyway,
Because yes, I was almost too bloodied.
I was at
Dang.
46.
At half health. I was almost to half
I
health.
was at 47 out of 120.
oh wow. Hey, Brok, I think you did better than you thought you did.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when he can roll a 7 and it's 29 to AC,
Yeah. That was because you all roll bad, and I haven't restatted you since you've come back from being you.
you know, my holy armor is the same AC as the armor I had the whole game.
Yeah, I know, I need to do that. You need to text me and remind me because a week goes by and I'm like, I don't have anything else to do after I've edited videos and updated social
on top
medias.
Of everything
and
else that
I
she
forget to do
has.
that. So planning for the BBEG fight, planning for every session, making props that I have definitely made and they look really good at home, but I haven't brought them in yet because you all can't see them yet. Yes. So yeah, between all of that, I do sometimes forget to make you your homebrew stuff. So you're gonna have to text me and remind me.
I know.
Also making a map for next arc and everything. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Good.
There's a lot.
Good spar.
Oh, good spa. Good spa. I'm glad to see you're getting used to this new form quickly.
You're going to be very sore tomorrow.
Yes.
Being half human, I do understand that at least a little bit.
I imagine it'll feel a bit the same as being sore as before. Just the same but different.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if you all don't have anything else to do, it's getting late.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we
And
should.
I believe our boy needs a rest.
Yes, probably.
I think we all need rest. You got roughed up too during that.
I did. It's like your daggers knew where every single chink in this armor is.
Emma and Ezra are very astute.
Yes, they are.
He used
Yes,
such
they
big
are.
words now. What am I supposed to do with that?
He's still the same deep down. I promise you that. I mean,
Yeah.
And when he
And-
says
and
that,
Ty-
he
Ty-
does
Tyrall
the
will just
Brok smile.
does this to himself, still the exact same.
Trust me, I know. But you all can take your rest. I will take first watch. And
I'll
once
be
you're
up in
awake,
4 hours.
I will go to bed.
Tyrall just up against a tree, just
And it's like Aymer's instinct is to go over and make sure you're tucked in, but as he like walks over to you, he's like, "Oh, well, don't really have to do that
And-
anymore,
and
do
yep,
I?"
He's setting up the bedroll and everything. Yes, I mean, you kind of didn't really have to do it before, but it was nice.
Well, it's a little different when you act a little more less your age.
Yes.
You've matured a lot with this, new form and everything.
Yes, it feels a lot different than before. To just see how my mind worked compared to now, it's just an odd sensation.
I can imagine. It would be very freeing, I would think, coming from being a more subdued race than being, human. Your mind, I suppose, would work differently. So, but you get rest, and I will see you in the morning.
But before he lays his bedroll out, he'll help get a fire going, of course, and this time he's not afraid of it like
That's true.
he was.
He didn't scurry away from it.
But he'll look over, see that Tyrall is
Zonked.
wherever you're sitting.
I mean, he's probably around the fire. I mean,
yeah,
just
but
chilling.
he'll come over and sit next to you, and he looks like Brok because he's hunched in.
The mannerisms would still be very similar.
yes.
Yeah.
Aymer,
Yes, Brok.
are you okay?
Well, it depends on, I suppose, what you mean by "am I all right?" What exactly on a grander scale? Because still a lot of pressure. Or do you mean with how you are now? Or how I feel about... And he just, like, looks at Tyrall. What do you mean? Be specific.
With what happened, I'm sorry. We had checked. We had done a test to see if his blood would affect me. And it didn't. There was no immediate reaction, and we both thought it was fine, and then you had to witness what he did to me. And I can't... I was the one going through it, and all I could think about was what you were feeling, what you were seeing.
Well, that's definitely still the same old Brok, that's for sure. But will I ever forget that? No. No, watching you go through something like that, and physically being unable to stop it, it was too much. Yeah, he might as well have just taken my heart out with yours. It was really bad. Am I happy that you're still alive? Beyond measure. And I don't really blame you, or Tyrall, I suppose, for doing what you thought was right. I mean, we only know what we can do. I basically just staved off a demon from taking over Cyrus the entire time, right? So, in the end, we couldn't really save him. But it's only because we can only do what we know we can do. And Tyrall did what he thought would help you. At the time. I'm just thankful that it wasn't something that was irreversible. Losing you, Brok, would have been... It would have been too much. I don't think I would have come back from that one. So... Yes. I'm alright. I'll be alright.
And he hugs you
Yep.
and pulls you in and just holds you.
Yeah, I bet that hug feels real different for you too, Brok. You can actually, it feels different. That's so sweet. And he kind of laughs a little and is like, it feels very different to hug you now than before when you were all scaly.
Yes, your fur has always felt so warm and soft, but now it has a prickly side to it.
Yeah, I would think it does, yeah. But how are you coping with, not being a lizard? I mean, really, like, experiencing it, how does that feel for you? You're not you anymore. I mean, you're you, right? But not the same.
I mean, being a lizard mid, that's kind of how I still picture myself, even though when I look,
You can look.
and he darts over to his bag.
Yeah.
Da!
It's reflecting. Yeah.
He has the biggest grin. He runs back over around to you. He's like, look at me. I mean, I know sort of what I looked like before, but I know my nose, my mouth is a lot smaller.
Yeah,
It
you
used
don't
to
have a
be out to like
right.
here.
Yeah, you don't have a snout anymore. No.
Wow. I can see me.
For the first time in a long time, I think, right?
But I guess that's kind of what you're asking is... It's me.
But does it
That's
feel
not
like you?
me.
Right. And this is very...
Of course, I'm very glad that the maker accepted it. He's very keen on telling people no. I mean, look at what happened with Tyrall. We waited for Uriah, and then he came back and said no.
Right.
So, yes, thank you, big guy. And it's not that I'm not grateful, because I couldn't stay there. I had to come back.
You could have. You could have stayed, You didn't have to come back. I'm very happy you did. Tyrall, I'm sure, is very happy you did, because I would have tried to kill him. I'm sure he would have smited me out of the sky, but I would have tried at the very least.
You're wrong. I couldn't have stayed.
Well, I can't imagine why not. I mean, it's a lot.
Because I need you. And you need me. We're a team.
I suppose when you put it that way, that's true. This entire time, everything that I've done, every decision I've made, has been for you. So, I guess if you weren't here, I wouldn't know who I'd be making these decisions for. And I would go back to making the decisions for myself, and, well, we see where me making decisions for myself got me the first time. So I probably would have been right back there. If Tyrall hadn't smitted,
Yes.
you know, killed me in the process. No, I would not have been able to continue without you. That's very true.
I love you, Aymer.
I love you, Brok.
Oh, my bestest friend.
And you are my brother.
And he takes your head, kisses your forehead.
I love that so much.
And he gets up, goes over to his bedroll and snuggles
With this little
in.
Aymer blanket.
It is still the Aymer blanket.
Now I have to sit up all night thinking about that. Right. Great. But, yeah. You will wait for 4 hours.
And then Tyrall's up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tyrall. Yeah. Ooh, cold chill. Tyrall, when you wake up, or come out of your trance, you see, well, I'll say make a stealth check. It's not really like you're waking up stealthing, but I just want to see how quietly you wake up. Yeah.
10.
I don't know why I asked.
That's pretty good.
I mean, it's pretty good for you.
It was pretty good for me.
I forgot this was something that was important, so asking you to roll immediately
So you
changed
want me to add
everything.
my religion to it? It'll take it to like an 18.
No, I don't think there would be any reason for that. I was trying to think if there was some way I could be like, yeah, sure. It doesn't. I don't think it makes sense. Sorry.
Good try. Good try.
But, so, whatever. You start to wake up, you kind of come to from your trance, and it's like you catch the glimpse of what looks like to be Aymer meditating with his sword. But it's like a quick glance, and it's kind of like when you're opening your eyes and they're very hazy after and you're like, they're blurry because you're waking up still and you're not really focused on what's going on. And so it's like the second time you open your eyes or blink and they right themselves. It's like, oh, did I see that? Or maybe it was just
Did you imagine it?
yeah. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Because, like, the next moment, the sword is just, like, back in its weird, like, sheath holster thing.
Aymer, I believe it is your turn to rest.
Good, because I am tired. Did you have a normal rest trance thing?
Yes, I've never not had
Good.
an ordinary one. Why do you ask?
Well, that's not entirely true. Because sometimes, when you have trances, you talk to usurpers of gods. And vampire lords.
No, those aren't in trances.
Oh,
The
is that just when...
usurper just
Oh,
appeared out of a portal in the
Cool. Mm.
room.
Right. Yeah.
And
yeah,
the
you get-
vampire lords is whenever I was stabbed
Right,
with
yeah,
the
yeah,
psychic dagger.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And roll me a insight check.
You all never ask me to roll anything.
Ooh.
Because as we know, that is not 100% true.
Yeah, no. Oh, funny. Aymer's been very insightful. Oh my god. That's a 16.
Yeah, he'd tell that Tyrall's not being 100% truthful about
Yeah,
that.
probably. You and I have not really had an opportunity to speak since you've been back. By ourselves, anyway. I've been very mad at you for a while. I'm sure you can tell.
I mean, rightfully so.
I do wear my emotions on my sleeve, so... But... you make decisions and they upset me. I don't really understand how you can impulsively alter people's lives without speaking with them first. But that's just you. Nevertheless, I appreciate what you've done with Brok.
Aymer, what we did in there, I've known I could have done since the moment I came back. But there was no reason to. What happened, we thought it was safe. We did our own series of tests to make sure that it was safe. And for that, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that you had to witness it. But if there's two good things that have come out of this, it's that Brok doesn't have to worry anymore.
And even if there wasn't a second reason to be happy, that would be my only reason to be happy, really.
But the second reason is that with each thing that happens, you understand more and more what is real.
Yeah. I apologize for the crass way that I've been defaming or blaspheming you and your beliefs and the Maker.
Well, Aymer, let's be fair here. You operate on a very, what I see is what I believe. And you have seen and talked to Baldur. But you've never seen or talked to the Maker. And it's only been very recently that you've even seen what his power can be. So how can I hold it against you whenever everything you need for belief hasn't been shown?
What you did with Brok has really opened my eyes.
I just wish it wouldn't have had to been that way.
Yeah, me too. It was very harsh.
It was very harsh.
Um,
But also, something tells me you are starting to see some similarities between other things you've seen and heard of.
yeah.
Yes. I will tell you that once the Circle was the guiding force for good next to the Maker's churches. They worked hand in hand. Many of them had the exact same abilities and same purposes. But things broke down. Odin was, well, for lack of a better word, killed and replaced. And you've seen what perversions they've turned it into.
That's a far stretch of what I would say, but yeah, perversions. Twisted, awful things.
But it is one of the things that these people have had to endure and deal with. It will also make my job harder, because they will see me doing very similar things at first, and we'll have to get through it for the outcomes to be different.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you this, I have seen what happened in there done multiple times, but with different outcomes.
Well, as I said, one step at a time.
One step at a time. But we need to focus more on these flowers and a cure.
Yeah.
And I hope that all these days' travel would be worth something in the end.
Hopefully so.
Because if not, I fear what we'll have to do in Orlaith. Or what I will have to do in Orlaith. Because I would not bring you two to that.
I don't even know if I would want to be a part of that or not. It feels like at this point I should have to be, really.
Depends on how far gone it is. Because if it's as far gone as those people in that cage, I cannot allow Orlaith to exist.
I understand that. Makes sense. Well, before this conversation gives me any more nightmares than I'm already going to have, I'm gonna go lay down.
Go lay down. I have it from here.
He gets
Nothing
up.
will get through to us.
Wonderful. Please no. Like, throws out his bedroll and lays down, puts his hands behind his head as he's laying on his back, crosses his ankles. Hey, Tyrall.
Yes, Aymer.
Even with your amount of faith, does it have a weigh on you? You know,
Weigh on me in what way?
the fact that it's only 3 of us, and we have to basically save the entire continent by ourselves. Does it ever
Aymer,
stress you out?
it weighs more on me than it could ever on both of you. Because you only have to save the continent. As where I have to save the continent and prepare for a war from behind the scenes.
Well, I suppose you don't have to do that part on your own either. I mean, while you're doing that, we have to take care of the people.
Well, part of that will also be me taking care of the people as well.
Well,
Because as more gods fall, they will need somebody to go to.
so I think the answer from that is yes, right?
The answer to that is yes.
Okay, right. So we're in the same boat. All right. Just making sure. And he just turns over and faces away from you. Goes to sleep.
Tyrall just stays up the rest of the night, peering off into the wilderness.
Yep.
I dare you. I dare all y'all.
Come at me, bro.
me, bro.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good.
I took out that hill over there. Come at me.
But yeah, I mean, everything goes smoothly
Nice.
throughout the night. We've had a lot of adrenaline, so we need a good night.
Yeah.
Yes, that way we can walk miles and miles the next
Literally.
day.
So many miles.
Miles.
Um,
Is
but-
any of the scenery changing as we're walking, like,
I mean, as
more or
you're-
less flowers?
Yes. So, I mean, as you're getting closer to the northeast area, there's definitely more flowers showing up. And, you know, they're starting to get bigger. You maybe pass a couple of, well, no, you would. You'd pass a couple of different, not farms where there's like a ranch where there's home on it or anything, but farmland where you see different crops and stuff like that. And they're polluted with these flowers. I mean, they're overgrown. Like, you personally know, I would never eat anything there are so many flowers up in those roots that I would never, ever eat from this. What? Like, but it's also to the point where, you know, you could, like, there's nothing that these people could do about it. Even if it was something they had known about before, there's nothing at this point that they could have done. They could do about it. And they have to eat.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty much just a lost cause. The only thing you could really do is burn it to the ground and hope that it grows back after 100 years or something like that. So, and like, how do you do that when you have people who need to eat? So.
Not everybody can just be, an ASMR. They can just
Sustain
without.
on what's that SpongeBob where he's micro eating or something like that?
Oh,
Micro
filter feed.
filter feed. Yeah, exactly. Not everybody can be an ASMR and filter feed.
Photosynthesis.
Yeah.
Photosynthesis.
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
So
I really hope there's something on this freaking farm that we're going to.
well, I'm sure there will be. Whether it'll be helpful or not, it remains to be seen. For you all, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
About to call up Flint. Be like, all your people in your organizations, tell them to stop making coke, start making antidotes. Figure it out.
Stop making coke and start making an antidote. You're good with drugs.
Yeah.
But yeah. Unless there's anything specific you all would like to do, like you all have a discussion, let me know. Because we're just pretty much passing farmland,
Yep.
passing cattle. You would see that, like, a lot of the livestock, that's the word I was looking for. A lot of the livestock, it's here and there. Some of them are, maybe there's like a normal amount of cows, but then you go and like there's like 2 pigs because other pigs have like pretty much died. They've gotten sick or something like
Yeah.
that. It's an obvious, ooh, this gets worse and worse as we get
Yeah.
closer.
Probably the next night, Brok will ask to take first watch, and I'm assuming Tyrall will do the usual
4 hours.
4 hours follow up, and so whenever you get up to trade spots, Brok will before he settles in, like he gets his bedroll ready. Tyrall,
Yes, Brok.
and he comes up and looks up at you.
Yep.
Thank you for everything.
You're welcome, Brok.
Not just for what you did to fix me. And I mean everything. You stayed behind so that your brothers would find you and not us.
It is part of the curse of being Tyrell. To put others before myself. It is part of what the Maker instilled in me from the time that I was made. You could say it is a blessing and a curse.
More blessing than you know.
Yes, for now. I believe I have many more centuries to see.
Yes, yes. Are you okay?
Brok, there's a lot that I have to figure out in a very short amount of time.
I know.
I'm as okay as one could be whenever everything hinges on the decisions that I make.
But that's not quite what I'm talking about. I know you had made up your mind that that is what had to be done, but still, you had to do it. You had to cut me open. You had to dig around in there.
Brok, do you want to know the truth? Do you remember whenever you bit me the first time?
I've never forgotten.
What I did to you in there, that has been the plan since that time. That was always the fallback. The difference is that there was no guarantee with how I used to be that you would have even been able to have been brought back.
I highly doubt that. Yes, I would have been gone for good.
More than likely. And it would have resulted in even worse collateral. But what we did, I've known I could have done with success since I came back. I could have instantly come back in the All-Mother's temple and done it there, and you would have been fine. The difference is that those are not my choices to make unless all those choices are stripped from the ones around me. So therefore, what I did does not sadden me. It doesn't make me upset anymore. It hurt on the inside when I had to do it, but I knew what the end result would be. And that end result would either be you here now as you are, or that one day whenever I visited the heavens again, I would still get to see you. So either way, I would have been fine in accepting of the final outcome. But doing it, something I'll never get used to. It's a quite painful part to be the one that has to deconstruct so another can make.
A heavy burden.
It is a heavy burden. But that's why they trained me in war.
Well, just know you don't have to bear this alone.
No, I have 2 wonderful friends to help.
Indeed. You actually have... Secretly, you have 3. You just have to send me in to talk with Arminius.
Yes, I don't think Arminius will ever allow me in his shops again.
And actually, yeah, you have more than you realize. The usurper would wet himself at the sight of Delilah charging headstrong towards him.
I bet he would he would have a hard time with that one, Brok. But I will tell you that just having both of you on this journey has made it easier. And that being away and watching from afar was by far the hardest thing of leaving in the first place.
That would be unbearable.
It was. You know, you'd think for all the months that I spent in actual hell, that would have been worse, but it wasn't. But you should get your rest, Brok. We have a lot more walking to do. And I know you're getting better on those 2 little feet of yours.
Yes, they're not... They don't have such a good grip like the old pair. But I got 10 of the toes now, which I guess helps.
Well, I don't know anything different. So I don't know. What I
Fair.
do know is that they probably don't feel too good right now, do they?
They're very, very sore.
Exactly. So get in your bedroll and sleep. And we'll do it all over again tomorrow.
Also, Brok doesn't have any shoes.
That builds character.
Yeah.
Fair.
How do you
Hobbit
know you got 2
style.
or good arches until you don't have any shoes?
That, you know?
Also, what store have we come across?
No, I know. I was just saying, like, I had just thought about it, that lizard Brok was wearing, like, leather slip-ons, basically. Human Brok would not be able to wear those. And they're also gone, but human Brok would not be able to wear those.
Nope.
I don't have any extra boots.
Neither does Aymer.
Mine wouldn't fit him.
And Aymer would give you his boots, but also, he's got tiny little feet.
Exactly.
He's got tiny feet.
He's got tiny little beats.
Good night, Saint Tyrall.
You don't need to call me that.
It had to be done, at least once. And he goes off. I can't imagine introducing yourself as the big muscly freak would entice the crowds.
No, only in certain more familiar atmospheres.
And Brok lays down. He opens up the what was
Saint
it? The
Tyrall
Saint Tyrall
edition.
edition? Yes, the
The STE.
Yes.
Yep.
And he
Yep.
lays there and he reads some of it and then eventually he falls asleep.
Oh, my little Brocky poo. My little Brocky poo.
I know he's not a baby anymore.
I know. Also, I just read through the most ridiculous spell that I have that allows me to do something to 40,000 square foot of space.
It's a 40k spell. You're literally a Primarch. Is that what you're telling me right now?
I might know which one you're talking about.
Are you literally a Primarch? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, pretty much. I can just say, all right, 40,000 square feet and up to 30 feet above that, this is mine. And if you are not of this, you can't be here.
Mm-hmm.
What? Why would they give a war priest that? How are you supposed to combat that sort of stuff? This is why I'm D&D 5e homebrew, because that seems like utter nonsense to me.
Yeah.
It is literally for like church and holy spaces. Like I just turned 40,000 square
Is
foot
it
into holy.
Forbiddens?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it like you have to be friendly, or you get to decide? Like if you're
I
this,
get to
he
decide.
can designate.
Like
That's
I can
ridiculous.
designate like fiends, and a fiend can't come in without taking like 5d6 damage each turn,
how long does that take to cast?
like an hour.
That's ridiculous. I mean, it makes sense. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I was just going through my spells. I was like, "What's this?" Oh,
I hate that.
Yeah, that's why I have been working on my game system to get away from 5e. 'cause
Yeah, that's.
yeah, but if I have a whole citadel, you kind of have to have that.
How the heck are you supposed to make a BBEG with spells like that? I mean, just like legitimately.
you just have to do the classic DM of, it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, other than just being like,
It
no.
takes too long to do in a fight.
I mean, that's fair, I guess. But like, the freak?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I gotta reposition myself. My knees are hurting because I'm getting old.
Welcome.
Yeah.
I was just telling
First
Jonas
time?
earlier. I said, "Yeah, once I hit that 30 mark, I'll start reflecting light too."
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's all Brok would need to do during this travels. There might be, just little things along the way. He might do some hunting just to acquire some sustenance for us as we travel.
Acquire some sustenance. I can just make food appear.
He has to get used to his daggers and stuff.
That's true.
Aymer shows you how to brush and take care of your hair, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Although I would be purifying everything that you can
Yes,
bring
because
back.
it would be very slim pickings, because you have to
Yeah.
be careful about what the livestock has also,
Yeah.
or I say livestock, but anything that's around. Like if you get a squirrel or a rabbit, you have to be worried about, have they been chewing on these flowers? Like,
Mm-hmm.
excuse me.
And yeah, he definitely takes the precautious route. He kind of always has been with pouring water over his buffet food.
Yeah, but now he knows what it's like to die. He knows really what it's like to rot from the inside out now. So now he's,
But yes. Clean, please.
Thanks, Dad.
And he doesn't want you to have to use your big spellage all the time.
Yeah, we want that for good reasons.
What, by keeping us alive?
Well, for parties, for celebrating,
Well,
for
that- and that-
celebrating momentous occasions.
That spell slot could be used for more enemy-based.
Yeah, when we fight and you roll a 3,
That's true.
you're gonna need your spells sometimes, since you roll like crap.
That is true. I do roll like crap.
Yeah, you do.
Gerald's fault.
But yeah, so I would say after about a week of traveling on foot,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we're east and we're pretty far north. It's gonna be cold because we're starting to get into like fall-ish again because we'd passed. I mean, you got to think about how long we've traveled. I
It's
sometimes
a good thing Sacred Flame's a cantrip, and I can just sit there and warm all
I don't
the
think
ground
Sacred
in
Flame
front.
has heat though. Isn't that correct?
It does not have
It doesn't
heat.
produce heat.
What else do I
Yes.
have? Do I have anything
But
stupid?
Brok does have winter gear that, would have been in his pack.
Just
And it's
wrap
not
up scarves around his
freezing.
feet.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going into fall because I forget sometimes how long we've been traveling, and I forget how quickly.
Yeah, his feet will definitely feel it, though.
Yeah, the ground will start being really cold for your
Yeah.
little Pete's. But it does start to get a little bit colder as we get north and stuff, especially at night. Would have already been cold anyway. But anyway, especially as we get closer to the water, and as we're getting closer, the amount of flowers starts to be ridiculous, pretty much. I mean, because this is mostly farmland, as I've said, so it's just flat or rolling land for like miles and miles, and most grass, some trees, like sometimes in certain patches you can't even see the grass because it's just flowers.
Oh, no.
Like there's so much. And then we get closer to you. No, I don't think you guys would hear it. Aymer hears lake water.
Like a stream going into the lake.
Or lapping of waves on the shore.
Or something interacting with the water, that sort of thing. And he's like, I think we're getting closer to that lake they were talking about
Oh,
back
finally.
at the village. Finally, indeed, yes.
Oh, Tyrall, I know you've seen them. If you missed it, it would be very impressive. So I think food is going to be on you now, big guy.
Yes, I believe it will
And
be.
specifically water, because sure we don't want to drink any of that.
A good thing it covers both.
And it's like over the hill as we crest this hill. There's flowers everywhere, but as we crest this hill, we can see a couple of yards away. There's like a pretty small house with like a wheat section and maybe like corn in a section, and it doesn't have anything right now because of how cold it's getting. But I mean we see the lake, and it's a pretty big lake for it to show up there. It's like off to the right. You can't really even see the water. It's covered in flowers, like floating. And some of them are the size of like a pretty decent sized lily, like a lily pad. And it looks, it's a beautiful sight because these flowers are very pretty. But not really a beautiful sight because we know what they do. Who?
By the maker.
That is worse than I ever thought.
Oh my goodness.
There's no antidote for that.
Not for that, no. And it's like in the soil of the corn and wheat, like which we can see little pieces of that are still there that weren't harvested or something. It's just covered in those flowers. Most of the ground you can't really see because it's just covered in these flowers. It's like a large bloom, pretty much.
I'm gonna... What could I use for this? Do I have something?
So how do we tell the Viscount of this? And Arulius, really. How
I don't
on
know how we describe this.
Sea of Honor do we explain this?
Oh, I can use that.
How?
What?
Brok will use one of his empty blood jars, and he's gonna scoop up some of the water and then kind of slowly pour it out, looking to see if he can see some
We'll have to
pinkage.
go down there and go, because we're a couple of yards away. We're still up on the crest of the hill.
But yeah,
but
what
we
can
can go down there if that's what everybody else is wanting to do. Yeah.
Yep.
But yes, I am in agreement. We should inform the Viscount,
But how do you explain it?
but as to what he
To
would even
this-
be able to do,
Well, and how do we even explain it on this level? I mean, we could be like, there's a lot of them, but this is, beyond.
apocalyptic, doomsday,
Yeah, let's use that kind of
complete
language.
annihilation of life as we know it. I think those might help.
How about this? You all continue to the farm, and I'll investigate this further.
All right. I'm not overly anticipating what we might be able to find.
Tyrall reaches out his hammer and touches the water, and it just, like Moses in the Red Sea, just starts to part.
Oh.
And he just starts walking down.
What? Wait, what are you, why are you walking into the lake?
To see how far down these roots go.
Because it's Tyrall, that's why.
All right, just don't get stuck. It's going to be pretty muddy down there.
I won't get stuck. You see he's just like floating.
I won't get stuck. I'm Tyrall.
Duh.
God. What?
How does this look from looking up under the water?
Weird. So, like, when you separate it, there are, as it separates, some of the flowers just kind of like fall, like on the ground. And that's because you see as you're parting it, they're like rooted into the water. Like, there's a plant that does that, and I can't remember what it is, but it's like the root is vine thick, like it's huge, but that's because some of these are like lily pad size.
Yeah.
And they just like shoo, right into the ground. I mean, they're thick roots, and some of them are connected together, like like a lightning. What's the word? Stranded. They're stranded together, and then down into the water. And so when you part it, some of them lose the water, and they just fall flat. But the flowers are still very well intact, very rooted to the ground.
But they go all the way down.
Oh yeah, all the way down, like rooted to the bottom of the lake floor. Yeah. All of them, all of the flowers.
Dang.
And there are smaller ones, of course, but some of them are grand sizes, and you can tell that like underneath, like the flower underneath, like under this part, because you can see it like a wall, is like hovering stagnant, this pink residue.
Mm-hmm.
Just hovering there.
Well, I mean, like under the petal, like in the water, right?
Okay.
Like if you put it here and then there's like mud underneath it, you know what I mean? Like from catch. It's just like a pink residue.
Tyrall will up, and he'll fly farther out over. And where is the largest one that he can see?
Those would be in the water.
Yeah, no, he's flying out over the water.
Oh,
Like the largest
yeah.
flower.
Probably just a couple of feet away from you. I forgot how big this lake was. Yeah, probably just. I mean, and it's probably. I'm not thinking like where Aymer could lay on it size, but I mean the size of a decent sized lily pad.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty big.
He'll kind of float down around it. And he'll.
And I mean, it's not any significantly larger than
Yeah,
some
not
of
something
the
that
others.
like stands
Like,
out.
oh, this is the mother root. Like, not
Yeah,
like that
this is
kind of
something
large.
I need to investigate.
Not this is the rumor weed. This is just a little bit larger than the others.
And As far as I can see, does it go all the way out?
Oh yeah, the whole lake is covered. It's like a tarp is over it, but of these flowers. And I mean, covered to the point where you can't really see the water. You can maybe see the water peeking out every so often.
Yeah.
And it's pretty still stagnant water too. Except for like maybe there's like a small stream that comes out that people use for the community water pool. Maybe there's a river that goes down, but enough that you know that this is where people have been getting their water from here. And that's why it's so bad.
Yep. And Tyrall will just come back to you all and sit down. Well, it is the entire lake. And the roots go all the way down to the bottom of the lake.
I mean, really, the news could not get much worse, could it?
No, it couldn't.
Because I know that this lake waters almost all, at least, of Trinia. Oh my, that's not even considering the giant lake of the All-Mother in Savrukian.
No, it's not. So, let's go talk to these farmers, if they're still here.
Right.
If you think we need to. If not, then...
Well, I'm not anticipating that they're very alive.
No, I'm not either, but at least we could find Brok some boots.
No, they're more than likely going to be very crazed.
If they are alive.
So be on your guard, have your weapons ready just in case.
Yep. Tara, why don't you go first? Why don't you, just walk in
I
like
will
a
go
giant
first.
meat shield,
I will go first. And Tyrall will walk up.
And the door is actually ajar. So. It's a pretty rickety old farm. Hello?
Is there anybody here?
And there's no, like, candlelight and sound coming from inside. I mean, it's pretty dead air, really.
And he'll walk in, kind of peek around, kind of go through the place.
And as you all are kind of looking around, there's this clatter and clanking of pans, pots, something that falls over, and out skitters like a raccoon or something. And Aymer's like, ah! Huh.
It's just a raccoon.
And it, like, the sound was pretty loud and it echoed, and he's like, I know. It's a raccoon.
I don't think there's anybody in here.
No, I don't think so. Though,
No,
Brok, if you'd like to find some shoes, maybe
This farm
clothes.
does seem pretty abandoned. Yes, I'll scout around, see what I can find.
While you're looking for shoes, just look for anything of use.
Yeah, you walk in and it's like a decent sized family area room. You can walk through that into a hallway that goes off into a smaller kitchen, nothing too big, but it's a smaller kitchen. And then there's a bedroom off to that, and then another bedroom, and then like a bathroom, Nothing big. Looked like a family home, pretty much. And Aymer's just kind of like poking around in the living room, finding nothing really of note. But
Is this like a 2-story, 1-story?
one story.
Is there any other buildings on the property?
Maybe like a barn-ish, but it's very open. It's more of like a overhang barn sort of thing. So, I mean, you can go and see if there's anything in there that you can't see, like behind maybe like a crate
Tyrall
door or something like that.
Yeah, Tyrall.
A stall door.
And just look around for any signs of anything. Like, I don't know, is there corpses out here? Is there
Not out here, no.
Random crap left around?
Yeah, there's like tools and stuff left around. It looks like nobody left. It's not like, doesn't look like it's been abandoned. Although when Brok goes snooping for clothes, he does indeed find like the remnants of an older man.
Does it look like somebody's still taking care of the place?
No. Not really. Not really much to take care of when it's overridden with flowers like that.
Tyrell's going to come back to the house, and he is going to investigate every nook and cranny.
And it looks like a lot of the livestock that he may have kept here had run off.
Yeah. But Tyrell's going to investigate every nook and cranny of this place.
Okay. You can roll an investigation check for me. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Hidden doors.
Hidden doors.
Hidden doors.
Okay. And Aymer goes back outside.
We're at 10.
Buddy. Jonas.
Oh, hang on. Do not say a word to me.
Oh. Oh.
Excuse you.
Come on. You can do it. I believe in you, Patrick.
Oh, never mind. That's only a attack roll.
Well, but I mean, no, you don't really find any hidden doors. You find maybe some notes that say something. It looks like older handwriting, like older script. Not because these papers look to be very old, but just an older man writing, and of course he would have older script writing. But some of the pages date back. I mean, at least a couple of years, at the very most, maybe 4 or 5 years. That is where he started documenting, like the weird patterns of these flowers. And in like the oldest dating that you can find, it's probably like in like some weird book of like herbology or something like that, because maybe he was doing research on them. You can tell that in the oldest writing that he has so far on them, that he had started noticing the pop-ups of these new flowers that he thought was maybe just like a new species, or maybe like an invasive species. He had noted, and that was dated 4 years back, that he'd started noticing these flowers 2-3 years prior maybe, but didn't take notice of them to think that he should until their patterning started to get weird and more aggressive.
To say where they started to come from?
He said that they started coming from, like, he noticed them coming more from, like, the north, more northeast, really, but that they didn't have a specific patterning. They, like, I say patterning. They had a pattern where, like pop up here and then, like, pop up here. They didn't have a specific direction and patterning that they came from. But then they started taking root in, like if winds would blow them, they wouldn't blow like petals necessarily. They'd blow like the whole flower, and it would land on the lake top. And it was like he couldn't keep it from taking root. And so he tried to keep them from blooming in the water, but it was difficult because, I mean, it's such a big lake and he was just by himself.
Yeah.
You can only do so much. But and he said something in the writing that if he took a flower, he could try to take it apart to examine it, like maybe like the little bulb in the middle or whatever it is. He would try to examine it, and it would, like, the petals themselves from the bulb or whatever this middle thing of the pollinator, whatever this middle part of it is, would start growing petals like immediately. Very abnormal. Supernatural is probably the word he would have used. Inexplicable. What are you doing, Brok?
Walking out of the room. Clip, clop, clip, clop.
Yeah, he's got boots.
Yeah.
And probably new clothes.
He'll look around, see, probably Aymer's still in there.
Actually, Aymer went outside.
Aymer's outside.
He's, like, right outside, though.
But, yeah, you're snooping around in there.
I'm stupid.
They're a little tight, but, yes, these will do. Actually, can you purify them? I didn't want to take any clothes other than what I absolutely needed to, because it's very tainted out here.
Can't trust anything,
yes,
really.
Brok, I will. Oh.
And did you find anything? I tried looking around in the room when I was looking for the boots and didn't really find much. Just
I found some writings dating back a couple of years showing that these flowers have been popping up for at least almost the last decade.
Well, I guess that's kind of a good thing then. That what we see out there just didn't happen in over a year or two. That it took
Well, you would notice
a
that
while.
in the writings, the aggressiveness started. Because he would see them, but the aggressive behavior of them just popping up actually started within the last 3 years.
Well, it seems to be that what's happened around here was in the last 3 years.
So it is very progressive.
But it seems that he's first started noticing them about northeast from here. Brok, do you happen to know who controls the upper portions of this part of the country?
Well, I believe we're getting dangerously close to Wayland.
Wayland's actually on the other side of the continent,
Yeah, Wayland's over there.
in Yerva.
Oh, in Yerva.
Yep.
Yeah,
I thought he was.
Lofesk.
No. I was never taught things. The most education I got was from Aymer.
Well, let's go consult with Aymer.
And he's outside when you all come out. He's like crouched down, like his knees to his chest, like one arm holding his knees, and he's just like looking at a flower, and he's like gesturing to it like he's talking to it. Like, what are you, why are you, what are you?
Aymer,
Why? Yes.
who controls Lofesk?
I mean, why?
And he'll just hand you the papers.
And he goes through them. Oh. I mean, I don't think. It said northeast, so if we're northeast from here, that's really kind of more going towards the ocean port, which is a combination of all three, Trinia, Banth, and Lofesk. So... And you know, I mean, if we're going based off of flowers, Rose Island is northeast. And that's where the grand blooms are. But, I mean, from what we've heard, people are saying that they've noticed it from the northeast, but, I mean, there's no real patterning to it. They just kind of pop up.
They seem to like water a whole lot.
Yes, they do.
And this says that he was tearing it apart and it was growing big.
Yes, that is exactly
And he just kind of like,
what it says.
like pushes the papers towards you and is like, Well, nothing to it but to do it, right? And he just like rips off a petal. I mean, with it this far in anyway, right? Might as well see. And he's just holding it between his nails because he's like, I'm not touching that with my bare fingers. And yeah, I mean, immediately, pretty much, like, it takes a minute for it to realize that there's a petal missing, but it, like, just, like, symbiotic in a way, just shoots out another petal.
That's not disturbing at all.
Hey, I don't think that's normal.
I don't think that's normal either.
That seems pretty normal to me. Jesting.
Right, not used to being able to make jokes like that.
Sorry.
Take so long. But either way, everybody said northeast. But we've been going northeast, and it's getting worse.
Well, fair, but we also have not been to the other side.
No, we haven't.
At all. And, you know, we don't know what it's like over there. We could go over there and then them say, oh, it's, you know, northwest that it came from. Because it might just be from water. Really. I mean, when we were in Sevrukian, they just said east. And you know what's east of Artiana? the All Mother's Lake that goes straight into the ocean. They didn't necessarily say it was southeast, they just said east. But there are a lot of rivers that spit off from that, so...
I say we need to... And we're almost by the ocean anyways, correct?
Yeah.
Let's go see if they're in the ocean.
It's going to be a lot longer of a walk. I mean, we could do it. We could go to the port.
Yes. I am in agreement. I have a bad feeling about the Grand Bloom.
Yes, I have a bad feeling about it too, Brok.
It would not be entirely unwarranted, I suppose. That is kind of Rose Island's whole thing. And if we have a Grand Bloom here, I can't imagine what the actual Grand Bloom looks like right now.
Which it's fall now, so the Grand Bloom, we have a couple months till that will be happening.
Right. But if we're going off mainland, we probably need to tell a few people, because that's going to take us a few months to get to, at least a month and a half to get to Rose Island. Well,
There goes the...
I don't know if we're leaving just yet, Tyrall. We might not even need to go. Why are we going to tell people that we're going?
Yes, wait till we get to the ocean first, and then...
Hey, he's already here. Just let me take care of a personal thing real quick.
All right.
Go to Delilah. Tell her we have another big surprise.
Oh.
But everybody's okay. But Brok is new.
Can you stop being so vague?
Forget all of that.
Yes, can you not
Forget all
go?
of that.
Stay here with us.
Here. Give. Send this exactly, if you could, as he's looking at the thing. What is it?
No, they're little holophants.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's still what it was. So, if you could, recite it like this. Hello, Delilah. Wonderful to be able to speak to you again. Everything's fine. Everyone's fine. We're fine. You remember when you said no more surprises? Well, we have another surprise, but it's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. You don't have to worry. We're all safe. We're all sound.
Okay.
And once we are able to come see you again, we will. And you'll be very happy with this next surprise, I assure you. P.S. We might be going off land, but we'll be fine. We're not worried about it. And, yeah. Save cookies for Brok. He wants them. And he just,
All right.
he just kind of... Come on.
Frozen.
Yeah.
Still a bit hesitant about some of that message.
Not
but
entirely vague, though. I mean, how do you explain in so many words that
you
what
really
Tyrall
can't,
did?
You can't really explain
Right.
this. You have
And I don't
to
really
see.
right. I don't really want to say Tyrall killed you and then brought you back. That's not something you should say over the
No, but
over a message.
I definitely approve of the cookies.
Yes. I'm sure you did. So, that's a little bit better.
Is a little bit better.
You're so vague. And vagueness, when sent from, travelers, very upsetting. When you're like, we're going to leave. So we have a surprise. Brok died. Like, Brok is different.
He's back. He got better.
Yeah. So,
I did get better.
I suppose we could either stay here for a little bit. It's dicey, but it is shelter before we go.
Yes, I think sleeping here for a night won't be so bad, especially if you can do your holy purification around the premises.
You could hallow this ground.
Well, I hope whoever comes back to live here is good with the Maker.
I don't think anyone's coming back. Just wanna... Just an assumption, but I
Fair
don't
enough,
think anyone's coming
fair
back.
enough. And he'll...
So, you go to hallow the ground?
Yep.
Okay. So...
You awaken a Tarask.
Can you imagine? Just out of the lake comes Godzilla. That'd be wild. Like a flower version of Godzilla.
We only worship Hela here.
Well,
I've been
that's a
waiting for you,
problem.
Tyrall. Yeah, that'd be wild.
Is Hella still mad at me?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm different.
I don't think that really
Are
matters
you
to her.
different?
No.
Are you?
No.
You're just a little more egotistical, really. But out from when you're Halloween, how long does that take? You said it takes like an hour to do or something like that.
Let me get you an exact
That would be great.
thing.
Because I'm sure me and Brok, Aymer and Brok, are inside the house, cleaning up an area enough that we could lay on the floor at the very least. Because it does look like this place has been
Yeah.
abandoned.
Definitely not gonna try to sleep in the dead body room.
Nope. Not in the
fact,
study either. I'm good.
Go over, close that door, move something in front of
Oh,
it.
wow. This takes a lot longer than I thought.
How long does it take?
24 hours.
Oh my god. Dang.
So you sure you want to do that then?
I mean, this is just what he does whenever he's somewhere. He'll just start casting it because
That's fine. If that's what you want to do. I was just making sure.
yeah, that's what he does everywhere. It doesn't
okay.
have to doesn't have to stay there after I leave.
That's fair.
Yeah, because I get to choose something. You know, whenever I cast it, like what effect it has inside, and default's always just courage. Just makes you feel courageous.
So what are you putting on this then?
Courage.
Oh, Courage Land.
Courage.
But yeah, so Aymer and Brok are inside, kind of tidying up enough space that, we all could at least rest for the night and, comfortably, at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you doing this exactly? Like just right outside the home?
Yeah, like I'm outside of the home, staring at the home.
Okay.
Because it's a range of 60 feet in a sphere.
As you're doing this, what do you look like? I think I asked you this because you did this when you hallowed the ground for the church, right?
Yeah.
I just want
And
another
I did it at Delilah's.
example.
Which
Yeah.
is just, me, bright, golden, wings out, arms up.
Okay.
Just,
Are you floating or anything?
no.
Okay.
No, because he's not moving.
So, as you're doing that, you see, well, really, you hear like wind picking up, and you think maybe just because it's getting darker, because it is getting a little bit darker. It's getting to be like 7, 8. So the sun is setting, or has set mostly. It's like that overcast sky that we have now because it's so cold outside. And starting to get dark, and the wind starts picking up, and you're not really affected that much by cold as much anymore. But it's still like you can feel the chill of it. But you're still focusing, and you start feeling petals like cascading around you and in the area. And when you open your eyes, you see, not in the same way you've seen him before, but because usually when you've encountered him, it's been in a dark atmosphere. You see the vampire lord that you've come in contact with before, and he's standing casually, and when I say casually, he's very militant in his stance, but it's like he was expecting you more than you were expecting him, really. And he's just like, how far away are you from the house? A couple feet?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 feet.
Because he's,
Like right in front of me. 2
Yeah.
foot away.
well, maybe because there would be really no room between you and the house, and he doesn't want to get that close to you. Yeah, I would say he's probably like, would he be? No, he's behind you. Because I was imagining you a little bit further away, like a few feet away. But if you're only 5 feet away, that's like within combat range, and I'm not trying to be within combat. You're not trying to be within combat range of this man. But he's behind you then, and you just feel his presence.
And that's whenever I stop, tone it down, put the wings back in, turn around. I would like to start by saying I didn't know.
You didn't know what?
What my blood would do to him.
Oh. So you think this is why I came to you?
Well, we had an agreement.
We did, yes.
And something I did before that broke it.
And, like, it is still, the wind is still picked up, and it's like it's kind of around him. Like, it's the whole area, because you're kind of more in a valley, so it's kind of picked up around you guys, but it seems to concentrate around him. And his hair is blowing in the wind, and, like, the petals are catching it, and it's the same thing with you, but it's like they're almost swirling around him in a way. You did promise me to, keep him safe, but things happen. So I will not hold it against you at this moment, at the very least.
He is still safe. Remade.
What is
I mean,
this?
I'm sure you've noticed.
Yes.
At least I hope you've noticed.
I have.
Would you like me to say anything to him for you?
No. No, you have effectively broken my connection with him, so there is nothing I need to say to him.
All right, then I guess whatever I am doing is encroaching upon your space. Am I wrong?
It seems, Tyrall, that you continue, and your friends continue to encroach on my territories. Evermore.
So these flowers are of your doing.
This is not what I said.
Well, unfortunately, whenever you say your territories and you're literally surrounded by these flowers, it's hard for me to not put those two together.
You may draw whatever conclusions you like. Neither here nor there. But you are tiptoeing dangerously close to something I have worked a very long time for.
Is what we are tiptoeing closer to something that would help us get rid of these flowers and the illness? Or is it something not related? Because if it's not related, then I will still steer clear of it.
I believe you think two things are intertwined when they are not. There are two forces at work here, not just one. And while you fight one, you ignore another.
Can I ask a question?
You may ask any question you like. That does not mean I will answer it.
If we go to this island, are we getting closer to the truth of these flowers? Or are we getting closer to the truth that we should steer clear of, that you are a part of?
You are wasting your time no matter what, really. Do you really think only 3 of you can stop this? Again, as I said, you focus on one thing and forget another. These are not the same forces at work.
I know I am dealing with possibly 3 things. I'm dealing with these flowers and the sickness they cause. I am dealing with somebody killing the pantheons. And apparently I am tiptoeing around something that you are involved in that I would rather stay out of if possible.
And you think the first 2 are connected?
I don't have anything that says they are or aren't.
And which one is more dangerous for you?
for the people of this continent, the most dangerous thing at the moment is the flowers. The second thing would be their pantheon being eradicated.
Is that so much of a bad thing if you are not for their intervention anyway?
I may not be for the pantheon, but it is the process that the Maker put in.
And if it is failing?
If it is failing, that is why I am here to restart his worship. What my issue is what happens whenever all the pantheons are gone and he turns his sights on heaven.
He would be that ambitious.
I suspect he would be that ambitious. You are the only wild card that I have not figured out.
And he just, like, gets this smug grin on his face, like, he knows. He just likes to hear that.
So
I do hear that very often, yes.
That's because nobody understands what all of this is.
No, I do not expect your world would.
No. But what I am concerned about is what these, and he'll just gesture to all the floating petals everywhere, what all of this is doing to the people. It's destroying this continent.
It is. And while you wage war on these flowers, your gods are dying. And while your gods are dying, these flowers are killing your people. What a predicament.
It is a very big predicament. I am not strong enough to fight somebody that can kill gods. I am not strong enough to fight somebody of, well, let's face it, whatever being you are.
You think you have to be strong enough to defeat this. And he looks like he finds it humorous when he says it. Usurper of gods.
I don't think it is a fight that you do with hammers and swords, but a fight that you do with people's souls.
Well, it depends on who you're fighting.
It is very true.
Sometimes you just have to be clever enough to beat him to the punch. I promise you, he's not a fighter. He's a clever one.
Do I look like a clever one?
Not you. I suppose that is why fate, as you would have it, has chosen your companions.
That would seem to be the case, as I am the one that usually punches things. I am not the one that sits down and figures them out methodically. I never have been, and unfortunately, whenever I was remade, that was not remade into me.
Clearly not. Your maker did not see fit to change you.
No, it seemed that how I was before is exactly how he needed me to be for whatever purpose I had. But that still doesn't answer my question on if us taking care of these flowers is going to interfere with what you are doing.
I don't really think you could interfere with what I'm doing. You are getting dangerously close, and that does make me very nervous. Which I've not been nervous in a very long time. It's entertaining, really. And then you take Brok from me.
That was not something planned. That was an honest mistake that had to be rectified.
Well, I don't think at this point you could do much to stave off what I have planned. But you're more than willing to try. I would suggest you look a little bit harder at some of the people you may have come in contact with. Your usurper of gods is but a very small fish in your pond. You think he's very big. I am bigger. And he's but a child, playing a petty game of would-be god. But that's none of my business. So, I will let you continue chasing your trails as you do. But if you do interfere, I will strike all of you down. And that would be of no consequence to me. But, as I said, focus more on your gods. You seem to need to figure that out first.
You want me to figure out the gods first, before figuring out the flowers that are killing everybody?
That is my advice. But, who knows? How can you trust me? You don't even know my name.
Something tells me if I knew your name, I would not be able to comprehend it.
Probably not.
You tell me to go back and look at the people that I've already talked to. Do you have anything less vague than that?
Oh, of course. I'm very
Anything-
intimately aware of what's going on here.
Anything that you would be willing to share?
All of your governors are very corrupt. None of them, really, can be trusted. And some of them are not what they say they are. Wouldn't that be interesting if somebody you thought you could trust so well was not who they said they were?
Thank you for this advice. We will not go to the island. Does that ease your uneasiness?
I will have fun watching your journeys.
Then until we speak again, I believe that I have to go explain a change of course. And before you go, are you sure there's nothing that you would like me to say to Brok on your behalf?
No. Though, for your record, you may not be able to see the souls that are gone, but I can. And it's like, in a wisp of the flowers, he's gone.
Dread!
Dumb immortals. I guess when you live so long, you're just like, riddles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you said, how do you know if you can trust him? He could be playing games with you for all you know. He, like, vampires are immortal. They get bored.
Yep.
Get bored.
But yeah, no, he's just,
Oh, is he calling on Dread?
oh yeah.
Yeah, and you're like, gung, 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 Dread! Oh, and, like, the wind does, like, as soon as he's gone, whoom, it's like all the petals just fall to the ground. And it's a good 10-15 minutes that you're like, Dread! And, like, banging your hammer on the ground. That he appears to you. And his hood is up as normal. What is it?
I was just visited by what I think is the epitome of what a vampire is. That claims he can see the souls of the ones being killed by the disease.
That would not make sense.
The same vampire that turned Brok.
If I cannot see the souls, he should not see them either.
I don't know what he claims to see, but he is very cryptic, saying he has something planned that he's been working on for a very long time, and that we are getting dangerously close to it. He tells me that the governors that I trust are not what they seem to be, and that I should be more worried about the usurper killing the pantheons.
And you trust him and what he says?
I don't know what to trust, or where to go, or what to look for anymore, Dread.
I can imagine you are very confused, yes.
I am very confused. The only thing I want to do is to get rid of these flowers and go back to rebuilding the churches and restoring the faith, so that way whatever pantheon is left, we can save and restore worship to where it should be. But I cannot get any answers or a place to go.
Perhaps I can bring Hesmithrian down to you and you can speak with him. He can give you more information.
If you could, that would be wonderful.
And while I am up there, I can speak with the Maker and see if he understands why this man claims that he can see what I cannot see.
That would be very nice, because if somebody can see the dead that you can't,
That is very upsetting.
it is. So please bring me Hesmithrian.
And the hood just nods a little bit, and he backs away. Oh, floats off, disappears.
Hesmithrian!
Get down here, I need answers! But yeah, I mean, it's not any time after Dread's gone that Hesmithrian takes his place. And again, with his books and long robes. Yes, may I help you, brother?
I have come up short of any answer or any path.
Yes, Dread did tell me. I understand that you are very torn on what you should do. Sometimes that is just what happens. And if you say that this vampire has told you to ignore certain parts or pay more attention to other parts, he is not your maker. Do not let him confuse you.
That is why I confer with you.
Your path was to help Indigo North, and that is your main priority. The immediate danger is these flowers that are harming them. Focus on that. Do not let outside forces shake you and your faith.
That's where I'm drawing up short. Do I go to the island? Or do I go to a certain governor that I have been leery of the entire time? Don't have any solid evidence for either.
And as it stands, it does not seem that we have very much to help you with. The Maker has been quiet as of recent, so helping you is proving difficult for us. We are trying. I believe staying inland would be what's best for you. Check with more of your contacts. There has to be something that you are missing. Don't waver in your faith, Tyrall. Just because you do not understand something.
I will send messengers to those contacts that we have and have them report back what they have to say. And we will go back to the capital and await their answers.
And perhaps the best thing to do is travel, see more. I can't give you all of the answers. I don't have them.
No, but you gave me enough to not leave the mainland.
These flowers, they are rooted into Indigo North, as you have so told us. Search further underground, then. It seems it would be only logical to assume there are ones underground. There is a source. There has to be, right? So, search for their roots, as far down as you can go.
There's only one place I know to get that far underground. But I guess we're going back. Thank you. And then Tyrall will go back inside.
And Aymer's just sweeping like nothing changed for you guys.
How would you all feel of not going to the island?
And Aymer just stopped sweeping.
Well, we already said that we weren't. We were going to see what the ocean looked like, and...
How do I put this? What if we went down instead?
Like, where? To, like, Palo? You don't want to go to Jupiter, do you?
I don't think you should go there.
Think somewhere else that I probably shouldn't go to.
Arminius's?
Else.
Lokidian? You know, since there's more vampires there.
No. Think down. Below.
Oh.
You're wanting to go to the Underdark?
What if I told you that an angel told me to look for the deep roots?
Tyrall, you make it so hard to trust you.
We didn't, but we were there not too long ago, and
Well,
there were no reports of roots or flowers.
And what would they tell outsiders that they are not aligned with?
True.
what would they tell us if they don't even know? There's plenty of the Underdark that's unexplored. And if one of your angel friends told you this, it might not even be an Underdark that we know to get to.
No, he just told me to look
I'm sure there
beneath.
are plenty of places to get to the Underdark. I mean, that little oasis I showed us at one point could probably get to the Underdark, or anything, any kind of alcove. The Underdark is literally, and he looks down below us. That's the
There's-
whole point.
Another thing he told me to do, and that was to check with our contacts and to travel around more. What I am thinking, which I will present to you all for any changes or discussion, is we send more Hollyphants out to our contacts. Tanya, Flint, Arminius, probably, and I don't know if he would do anything for us.
Well, I mean, in a desperate attempt, I'm sure he doesn't want.
The
He's
Viscount-
probably the most successful man on Indigo North. I'm sure he doesn't want it to, blow up.
No. The Viscount. Is there any other contacts you can think of?
We don't have very many friends that aren't dead. No.
Well, there's Prince Muldarian.
If he's still,
On the continent?
mainland. I suppose, how far can your Hollyphants go? We could see what's going on in Revellion, where he's from. However far they can go, if they can go across an entire ocean.
Everything is up to what the Maker wants them to be able to do for me.
Well, I suppose pray really hard on that one.
All right, we will send Hollyphants to Tanya, Flint, the Viscount, not Arminius.
Well, I think we should send one to Arminius.
So we'll add Arminius.
Or at
back.
least Nico. I mean, Nico's also a
Send one
contact.
to Nico. Well, we'll send one to Arminius and Nico.
They might be in different spots.
They could be. and to Prince Mildarian. Until then, I suggest we travel back inland. There's a lot to the east that we have not looked at.
I suppose so.
So we should probably go back.
So, what are you thinking? To Varth? Varith?
Vanth.
Vanth. Yes.
We
I
could
see
go
the
to the
idea.
ocean, or we could go south. We could. Oh my goodness, we've not
Oh,
even.
no, west. We should go west.
Yeah, I was about to say we've not even been to the west part of the continent. I don't fancy
I say
going
we
home.
Head back through by train back to Artiarna. And then hopefully through that travel we will get the Hollyphants back with answers.
Yes, let's go home. That would be great. I've not
do
been
we
to.
have to go by train?
No, but
We've
walking the whole time would.
Well, yes,
Also-
I don't want to walk the whole time, but we are in this side of the continent, and if we know there is a way to the Underdark and up in Drokar,
Mhm.
surely there would be something in Lowfish. And we can also see how the flowers are up north, if they're more compact, if they're more spread out.
Or south. We could do either one. And maybe in some capital city we can find books or maps that might have, or find, maybe Flint knows some Underdark openings. I mean,
It's true.
he skitters around the earth.
He does
Sea of
skitter
Honor?
quite well. All right. How about we go south? No. Brok's right. We should start to go up to Lowfesk. And if we need to absolutely go to the Underdark, we're at least not far from Drokar. The Hollyphants will be able to find me wherever on their return trip.
All right. Can we rest, though?
Yes, we'll start in the morning.
All right. Wonderful. I hate this. It just gets worse. All right. All right.
Well, I'm glad that the angels are looking out for us.
Brok,
Yes.
the reason why I talked to the archangels was because whenever I tried to hallow this space, your vampire showed up.
And you didn't lead with that one. You were going to let us continue resting. You didn't seem like you were going to bring that one up. So this is what I was afraid of when you talked to him last time. I don't feel him anymore. I suppose he could still take over my body. He seems like a pretty
No,
unique individual.
Brok, he showed up outside in a cloud of the petals.
That's even more concerning. Every time you talk to him, it gets worse.
I wasn't trying to talk to him,
To
but
be
whenever I
fair.
started to sanctify this ground,
Yes.
he showed up.
That seems awfully suspicious.
It does.
As if it affected him in some way.
And he also claims to be able to see the souls that Dread cannot see.
That are
That's-
affected by these flowers.
He also told me to not trust any of the governors, that they are all corrupt.
Oh, yeah, because he's
And
very
that
trustworthy.
The bigger concern is the usurper of gods,
Well, I mean, yeah, that's.
which is why I called down the archangels.
I mean, the usurper of gods is kind of. But it seems like our imminent threat are the flowers.
It is, as reinforced by Kesmethian.
But it seems he's speaking of it as if they're not the same thing. Are they not, combined like we thought this whole time?
I don't think the flowers and the usurper are combined.
That's going to be hard to separate in my head.
I think
Are they working
because
in
he
tandem?
admitted that he has been working on a project for a very long time, and that we are making him nervous by getting too close to it.
Well, that's good.
Well,
Brok, I don't know how to combat him.
Well, I don't know how to combat a usurper of gods either, but,
But also, this little guy, as he points to good old... Wow, I literally
Aymer?
just... Aymer. I literally
don't
just
you
forgot
hate that?
Aymer's name.
Sometimes your brain really just goes,
Yep.
yep.
Aymer is going to have to actually use his intelligence
His eyes just go wide. He's like, oh.
to figure out a way to get around this. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but big, muscly freaks can only do so much.
So what? Oh, wait, so you're saying that he said I could commit this, not you?
Yes.
Oh. Well, how would he know? I've never spoken to
I
him.
don't know, but he seems to be privy to many more things than we know. And the angels don't know who or what, or aren't aware of what he is.
So just as a general overview, this vampire guy who bit Brok, turned Brok into a vampire, is uncomfortable with all the research we've been doing on these flowers.
He didn't say exactly that, but that's what I'm putting together.
You hallowed the ground, and when you did that, he showed up and said, "Hey, stop it." And then he proceeded to say that he can see the souls of the ones that have been affected by these flowers, even though Dread can't, who is from the Maker, and you can't, who are also from the Maker, and then also proceeded to say that I would be the one to take care of it all.
Yes. So here's what I suggest. I suggest you get your soul right with the Maker, so that way whenever we need you to figure something out, you're able to.
Yeah, right. Actually, you both can make a perception check on this, or an insight check. And that's crazy, Brok can...
You say insight?
Yeah. You both would have advantage, honestly.
Wow, I just totally passed that up, didn't I?
Brok, because you just know Aymer's facial expression so well, and
Insight.
Tyrall, because of your religion.
22.
Golly.
29.
Oh my goodness!
That's a 20 on the dice.
You all can tell that Aymer...
Oh, you got a nat 20?
Mm-hmm.
You can tell that Aymer, when you say you're gonna have to get your soul right with the Maker so that you can do this, it looks like he knows that. Like he's already done it. And it seems like to both of you he knows or has seen or thought of something that maybe he doesn't believe himself, but he knows something he's not telling you all, or thinks he's seen something
Yeah.
that he should probably tell you all, but it isn't.
Aymer, is there something you need to come clean about?
No? But how does this... He looks very bothered. How does this... It seems like he's trying to... Like he knows our futures. How? Or, I mean, let's just say he's bluffing, right? Bluffing this whole thing. He knows nothing. Not tied to anything. He's just like Loki, right? Playing a little game. What do we do then? Or if he isn't... What do we do if he knows things that not even the Maker knows?
I doubt he knows things the Maker doesn't even know, because the Maker knows everything, but only chooses what information to give out for what's pertinent to his plans. The Maker may already know this and just hasn't informed anybody in on it because it's not part of what his plans are.
Brok will walk up to you, squat down to your level,
Yeah.
and take your hand. Aymer, I know you've talked with your sword.
And he, like, when you say that, he looks away, looks back at you.
That night, when you attempted it when we were under the stars, you played it off pretty well. But I could tell that there was something.
You've also done it since then, and Adonis has confirmed that you have made contact. What has he told you?
Ah. I fear what's to come.
In what way?
I think it's only going to get worse.
Well, of course it's all going to get worse.
What's that sound?
I think that's one of my dogs scratching himself on the deck.
Oh, I just was like, what is happening? Is somebody knocking to come
No,
get you?
that's probably Quincy.
Mm.
Because, he's blind and deaf and doesn't know what's
Oh,
going
poor
on.
baby.
Oh.
Oh, poor Quincy. I'm fearful that it'll only get worse before it gets better. I don't know. I've not seen everything, but what I have seen is a lot of work on our part.
If it does get worse, that is okay. Because we can face it together, just as we have this whole time.
Except for the time that I was dead.
Right. And I'm a little uncomfortable because, well, the thing inside of my sword, so weird to say, I was nervous because I was, didn't want to rule over I didn't even want to rule over it as a governor. The thing inside my sword, he was a Viscount at one point. And I don't really know what to do with that. I've not seen exactly what's going to happen, but after what Aurelius said, I'm very worried. I was in a position of power, but I didn't know what kind. And I'm trying to ignore it and think maybe it's just, coincidence. But I don't think it is.
Nothing with the Vimus weapons are a coincidence.
What do we do? So does that mean that we'll just... What does that mean?
It means our favorite Viscount is probably not long for this world.
I can't with the dog. So, what do we do? Just let it happen? We don't try and stop it?
We've already warned Flint and Tanya about it. We've left that in their hands.
We should try to stop it if we can. We're here. We know that there is an assassination attempt planned on the Viscount.
But what's more important, saving the Viscount or saving the people and then fixing the government after?
We can only do this one at a time.
And we have to make a decision of what is more important.
So,
I
what?
know I was told the flowers are more important than anything.
So we're making a pact now, then, that we deal with the flowers, nothing else, and we deal with the fallout later.
Unless I am interpreting the words that I received wrong, then that is what we are doing. Besides, whoever takes power, I'll just strike them down.
And if dealing with these flowers puts a damper on that Putz's plans, I'm all for it after what he put me through. And he did say that his time was coming, that he was going to be arriving soon.
I wonder what that could mean. I didn't see anything about that. I only saw the aftermath of it all. And we were the heads of it. And I don't know how I feel about that, but I suppose if these things are tied to the Maker, and the Maker is the one that weaves our fate, then that is what's going to happen.
Then let us move north in the morning. I'll send the Holophants throughout the night. I pray they would come back to us quickly.
All right. Okay. Do you think we could do all of this? All right. And he just goes back to sweeping. Oh, your artwork?
Yeah.
Think of all of the artwork that Brok could paint now. The name Brok brings to mind a lizard, and I'm telling you, it's going to take me a hot minute to remember that he's not a lizard anymore.
We're going to be done this campaign.
So, you go back to sweeping. Brok goes over to his bag and rifles through, and he pulls out this artwork that he did. It's this top right one right here.
Yeah?
Aymer, do you see that?
Hey, since you're not so, childish anymore, kinda, I struggle.
I know. It's bad. It's bad.
It's very sweet, but I can't really make it out. So if you want to read it to me.
So, you're a duke, as you are aware, and eventually being in charge was going to be always part of your destiny, your life. And so I relished at the day that everybody would be looking up to you instead of you looking up to them.
Well.
And you have a way to connect with people of all sorts, whether they be slave, priest, exorcist.
I want you to know that I will always float above you.
Well, thank you. Well, that's very poetic, Brok. Thank you. I know that you said that you have a bigger responsibility. And I do believe you. I don't want your responsibility. No thanks. But I understand somewhat the weight. Being a Viscount, I don't envy what Gunnar does. I don't. You have to take care. Can you imagine being him right now?
This?
No. I can't imagine. Me.
And that's why you will be great at it. Because you don't want it.
I feel like that's very backward. Do you want the power that you have?
No.
Oh. Well.
And you'll have a pretty awesome advisor to stand by your side as you give your speeches.
I suppose. But let's go to sleep, right? Maybe I'll wake up and it's all been a bad dream, right?
It won't.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tyrall. Thank you. Who's taking first watch?
I will, to send the Hall of Fence out.
That's a good idea. And then tomorrow, we go north?
Tomorrow we go north.
All right. Well, floor swept, enough. Yeah, I'm sure you can put your
Yes,
bedrolls
we've
out.
cleared space here for everyone to lay down, and we'll just take this one day at a time. That's all we can do.
One step at a time. One decision at a time. Well, I'm tired. So when he just like throws his bedroll out and scoots in. Good night.
Good night, Aymer.
And he's gonna lay down and try to go to sleep. He'll go to sleep pretty fast. He's stressed.
Brok sets up shop, cracks open the book.
Just ask Tanya. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Ask Clint. Blah, 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 blah. Ask Arminius.
Tell Arminius I'm
I'm
sorry immediately.
Hall of Fun Body, I am sorry, but tell Arminius. Blah, blah, blah. Nico. Blah, 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 blah. Viscount. Blah, 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 blah.
Veldarian.
Still a whoremonger. But tell him blah, 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 blah.
Repent.
Yeah, the Maker is watching you.
And then
I love you. Convert to the Maker so I can marry you.
Yeah, if you're doing those, because if you're doing it, Brok will stop reading for a second and be like, Tyrall, I think I am in agreement that the flowers seem to be connected with the vampire lord, that something about that is his goal. But I think there's more to it. I think the Maker's connected with it.
Brok, the Maker is connected to everything.
Well, you know what I mean. Because we've tried to burn and purify the flowers before, and he never appeared. But the moment you start to try and make it hallowed, to sanctify it, he shows up.
It is odd.
Especially in such a condensed area of them.
I don't know what we're going to be walking into in the next few weeks, Brok. Just know it's not going to be good.
It never is.
Which is why it should be level 20.
No. Never. Any other of your characters, besides Flint, could be level 20 far before Tyrall will ever be level 20. No. Again, unless he's an NPC. You will never play Tyrall at level 20. It won't happen. That's too scary for me.
And Tyrall, whenever you're finished, and he kind of turns the book around, can you help explain this passage here? It's talking about her mountain peaks and her rolling plains. It's I'm getting imagery, and it seems like not what the Maker is going for, unless Well, that would lead to making of a very carnal sort.
Brok, there is a whole book in there of the mysteries between a man and a woman.
Wow, maybe you should read that. Sorry. That was from Aymer from within when he's sleeping. That came out.
Aymer, I have read it. It just goes against every natural fiber of my being.
Sorry.
Which is why it's hard.
All right. Sorry. Go to sleep.
But Brok, it is the exact imagery that you think it is.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna skip this part then. It's kind of boring.
Brok, you're not supposed to skip any part.
That's the Bible.
It's... I know the begots, to be gods, to be gods, to be gods, to be
He
gods,
flips,
to be
he
gods,
flips
to be
it back
gods.
to it.
Besides, one day it may click, Brok. It may click.
It might click. Oh, that's true. Have a new body.
Uh-oh.
They definitely.
No. Not out loud.
Story for another time. It's not a happy one.
No. Not out loud, Brok. At least not at this time. You should go to sleep.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Yep.
Yep, Brok settles in, goes to sleep.
Yep, and Tyrall just goes outside, sits down, and he's just like, nothing makes any sense, Maker.
Very solid, yeah.
Nothing makes any sense.
Yep. And that's where we will end it.
Ooh,
That is 6:47.
nice.
Ever closer.
You know what this means, though? 7
Seven
episodes.
7 sessions.
It's gonna get even more awesome.
And now here's the point where you and me go. So are we even going to the right places, or is one day we're just going to walk in here and it's going to be like the whole country's on fire and everything's burning down and you fail?
Yeah, it's like that Community meme where he walks in with those pizzas and everything's on fire.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, that's the Viscount's fault.
Oh. What?
You're gonna look and be like, yes, this is the team I want to go save the nation.
To be fair, there was 5 of you at one point.
It was.
It was still a very merry bunch of weirdos.
Yeah.
But there were 5 of you.
You had a slave and a crack addict, crime lord.
That he knew was a crack addict.
So it's like, did he really pick the best people for the job for this?
No.
No, he didn't. He really didn't. I think he was really banking on Tyrall. He knew Aymer.
true.
He knew
Yeah.
Aymer. So he was like, I know you're a good guy. You just,
And then he saw Tyrall and was
Yeah.
like, but that's going to get it done. And then they were like,
No, the
well,
Viscount-
he
the
dies.
Viscount's fine.
and the Exorcist. He was like, oh, he comes from a very reputable family. This will be fine. And you have extra backup just in case. Little did he know the extra backup was either going to die or,
Die.
die.
No, yeah, the Viscount's fine. I'm just making fun.
But I mean, yeah, it's really the
But,
Viscount's fault. He said, this is definitely something I should do, but also I'm in the middle of a political scandal and I'm trying to keep the lid on that. So if you could do the physical work, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Here we are just running back and forth with no answers.
Yep. Well, and to be fair, it is actually very smart to get us a random bunch of weirdos to do it, because then if we try to blow the top on something, nobody's going to believe us. Who are we?
Yeah. Yeah.
A disgraced duke who turned drug lord? A slave?
Slave? No.
A guy who forsooketh his oaths? Nobody's going to believe us.
And actually, yeah, now it's a human that's claiming he was a slave.
Right. Right.
I was a lizard. What happened? I got better.
Yeah, I got better.
But no, yeah, for 3 people, we are doing the best that we can.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fate's really trying hard. It's wrestling with us right now. It's like, you almost got it. Let's go. Like, it's trying hard.
And Fate's over here like, you almost got it. And there's a vampire over here like, I
Yeah,
can't.
it's
And then a usurper of gods who could or could not
very
be
much,
intertwined with that.
very much like what Captain America said. You know, then what then, Cap? What happens if we fail? Well, then we'll fail together too.
Hopefully it's not like when Iron Man was like, yeah, and where were you? We failed, and where were you?
Yep. Here we go.
But just like Gandalf said, even the smallest person can change the fortune of the world.
But you'll have to tune in 2 weeks for that.
Yeah.
2 weeks. But if you want the other fun and exciting stuff, you know what you should do? You should turn in Monday for the high table. They're taking a break on Wednesday, but then we're going straight into Thursday for another world building / DM
Possibly,
help with
right?
Jonas.
I know you said you were kind of changing that up here in a little bit.
Yeah, the whole world building aspect is running a bit thin. Did get some good
Content.
concepts and ideas from Saint Nicholas,
That's true.
which that did actually work pretty well, and I could do that again next time of talking about established things like Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and not critiquing them, but just going over their
How
world
they do
building.
it. Yeah.
Because, like, Mass Effect, the races they made for that are phenomenal.
Dragon Age, too.
And then everything about Dragon Age
Everything about Dragon Age, yeah. pretty much.
is... it might have been a pretty hot take, but I said that Dragon Age was up there with Tolkien.
It's really, really, really good. It's so unique. It's just really good. I'm not going to get into it, but it's really, really, really good.
Yeah, we got plenty of stuff coming up this week.
Mm-hmm.
And also remember to find us on all the socials. We've got Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, which is off the rails right now, YouTube. Find us on Discord if you would like to talk to us. We've got the Patreon if you want some of that bonus behind the scenes stuff and all that cool stuff that Jonas has been working on up there.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else do we have? We have the Redbubble merch store,
Redbubble merch.
which has some updated, revamped, and new things on it.
It's on my jacket.
So we've got some awesome stuff.
A button.
And just remember, what is it, Jonas? What's it say?
Freedom always crits.
That is a new one out there, and you guys will love it.
It's really good.
Is there any of them
It
that I
looks
forgot?
really good.
Oh, we're on
there's
all the
the-
Spotify. We're Spotify,
Yeah.
Apple Podcasts. What was the other one?
Amazon Music.
Yeah, see, I don't use Amazon Music. I always forget it.
Yeah, I use Spotify.
Yeah. So, but other than that, is there anything else we need to tell the good people?
I don't think so.
It's getting warmer. Ish.
Ish.
It is getting warmer-ish.
Trying to think, but I don't really
But
think
yeah,
so.
as far as newsy news, yeah, it's just full steam ahead like we've been doing.
Like, comment, and subscribe on everything. If
It
you're
all
not
helps.
following us on something, follow us, please. If you like our content, I know that there's 50 to 60 people who watch our videos. Like it and comment
Yes.
on it. I know, even if you don't comment on it, like it or save it. Do something, because
Share it.
If you do that, that changes so much. And I know liking something takes literally like an actual second.
Yeah.
Commenting takes a little bit longer, but liking it literally takes a second, and that helps so much. It helps so much with the
Yes.
algorithm. And it's not like we're trying to get world famous with this. It's just we kind of want to do this for a job, just because we love it.
We do.
And we do it as a job anyway. We just do it as a job on top of our other jobs.
We do.
So,
But other than that, I hope you enjoyed our session 22. Hope you enjoyed all the weirdness of it. But with that, this has been the Wayward Inquisition. Bye!